What if everything you're seeing already happened? What if the strongest force in the universe works only inside atoms? What if light itself can be slowed until it stops completely? And what if nothing in existence is ever truly still, no matter how frozen it seems? This isn't science fiction. It's the strange reality that quantum physics quietly reveals. In this video, we're exploring mind-bending truths that challenge what you think you know about time, space, and your own perception. If these kinds of questions keep you curious, if they make you feel like there's more to reality than what meets the eye, tap like and subscribe. Because here, we don't just explore facts, we explore the limits of what reality really is. You're still traveling through time, while sitting still. They told you that movement defines progress, that to go anywhere, you have to move your feet, shift your weight, leave something behind. That forward motion is visible, measurable, purposeful, and that stillness is the absence of travel, a kind of stagnation, a refusal of motion. But they were wrong, or perhaps just telling a half-truth, because you are always moving, even now, even sitting still, even when you feel paralyzed by doubt, or locked in the present like a stone sunk in mud. Because whether you want to or not, whether you notice or not, whether your mind has caught up or not, you are traveling through time, inch by inch, second by second, moment by moment, in a direction that cannot be reversed, cannot be paused, cannot be exited, because time, unlike space, is a corridor with no door behind you, no windows to crawl out of, no off switch to press, and even when your body is motionless, even when your thoughts are quiet, your molecules tick forward, your cells age, your memories pile up in layers you don't feel being added, and your life always, always moves relentlessly forward. And this truth, this inescapable truth, is so obvious we almost never look at it, never sit in it, never feel its full weight. Because to feel it is to realize that you are not simply in time, you are on it, riding it like a current, like a wave you didn't ask to surf, and that you have been riding it since before you had language, since before you had memory, since before you even knew what it meant to be, and that now, today, here, this very breath, this very heartbeat, is perched on the knife edge of now, with everything behind you fading into memory, and everything ahead of you evaporating into uncertainty. And yet the motion never stops, and that motion is time, and you are its passenger. And this makes you ask, what does it mean to move without moving? To be carried by something you can't touch, can't pause, can't negotiate with. And the answer is not just scientific, it's existential. Because if time is something you move through while sitting still, then movement itself is not a function of your will. It is something imposed upon you, something you are born into, something that carries you forward even when your body resists. And that means you are always changing, even when you don't feel like you are. Even when your routines are rigid, and your world is small, and your thoughts are repetitive, and your life feels like a paused frame in a film everyone else is watching. But it isn't paused. Not really. Because even in stillness, your cells are replicating, your telomeres shortening, your organs aging, your brain laying down memory traces, and time is slipping past you like wind against your face in a moving train. And that train doesn't stop, doesn't slow, doesn't ask permission, and that's terrifying. But it's also beautiful, because it means that you are never truly stuck, never truly frozen, never truly the same from one moment to the next, even if your mind convinces you otherwise. And maybe this is why grief softens with time, why pain dulls, why wounds close not just from medicine, but from minutes, from hours, from the slow, passive balm of being moved through time whether you want to be or not. And maybe that's why hope is even possible, because you are never where you were, even if it looks the same, even if the room hasn't changed, even if your reflection still blinks back the same familiar weariness. You have moved, and are moving, and will keep moving. And this is not metaphor. It is physics. It is biology. It is the structure of the universe, in which time is not just something that happens, it's something you are inside, a dimension as real as length and width and depth, and you, just by existing, just by breathing, are moving through it at the speed of 1 second per second, always forward, always aging, always becoming. And this turns the simplest moment, sitting in a chair, lying in bed, waiting in traffic, into something profound, because stillness becomes an illusion, and every pause is secretly motion, and every breath is a tiny voyage. And now you begin to understand why memory feels like time travel, why music collapses time, why scent can pull you years into the past with a single molecule. Because time is not just linear, it is layered, and you are not only moving through it, you are made of it, woven from durations and delays, and your past selves are not left behind, but carried within you, echoes vibrating in the folds of your brain, in the posture of your spine, in the tone of your voice when you say, "I'm fine," but mean, "I miss the person I was 5 years ago." And all of it keeps moving forward, because you are time, and to live is to pass through yourself, again and again, a procession of versions, each shaped by the moment before, and none of them lasting forever. And if you let that in, fully, without flinching, you begin to see stillness differently, not as stagnation, but as anchoring, a moment where you can observe the motion, where you can become conscious of the ride, and maybe even choose how to sit in the train, even if you can't change its direction. And that choice, that awareness, that acceptance of motion inside stillness is power. Not the power to stop time, but the power to meet it, to be in it, to not waste it wishing you could reverse it. And now you understand that nostalgia, that ache for the past, is just your body recognizing that it has moved, and that memory is a kind of phantom limb for a version of yourself that no longer exists, but once sat right where you are now, thinking different thoughts, believing different things, hoping different hopes. And maybe you can honor that version, love them, grieve them, but not return to them, because you are already past them, already ahead, already in a place they never reached. And now the question becomes, what will you do with the motion you're in? What will you build while time carries you? What will you notice? What will you forgive? What will you no longer delay? And this changes everything, because now procrastination isn't laziness. It's a gamble that you'll get more time later, but there are no guarantees, and the train doesn't wait. And stillness is just a disguise time wears when it wants to move quietly, and that's silence you feel. It's not emptiness. It's the sound of the universe moving you through a dimension you can't see, but are made of. And you are not watching the clock. You are the clock, ticking forward, in heartbeat and thought and breath. And even as you read this, you are not the same person who began the sentence. You are newer, older, further along, further away from birth, closer to death, more refined, more eroded, more real, more human. And you don't need to fear that. You need to notice it, to stand still and realize you are moving, to lie still and realize you are growing, to be still and realize that time is not something happening to you. It is something you are happening through. Observing something changes its behavior. They say that to observe is to learn, that seeing is a neutral act, that watching something unfold doesn't change what it is. But beneath the comforting logic of that idea lies a truth far stranger, far more unsettling, and far more intimate than we've been taught to imagine, that the very act of observing something changes it, alters it, rewrites it in real time, not just in meaning or interpretation, but in physical behavior, and that this effect, the so-called observer effect, is not merely a metaphor for social awkwardness or human psychology, but a measurable phenomenon built into the heart of quantum mechanics itself, where particles, electrons, photons, the very scaffolding of matter, shift from one behavior to another depending not on what they are, but on whether or not they're being watched. And the implications of this are so profound, so dizzying, that most people instinctively recoil from their full weight, because it suggests that reality is not passive, not independent, not a fixed backdrop against which we live our lives, but something fluid, participatory, something that bends beneath the gravity of attention itself. And if that's true, then what does it mean to look at something? What does it mean to know? In the quantum world, the famous double-slit experiment becomes not just a curiosity, but a crack in the foundation of objectivity. For when particles are sent through two slits and are left unobserved, they behave like waves, interfering with themselves, creating ripple patterns on a detection screen as if they had gone through both slits at once. But when we install detectors to observe which slit they pass through, that behavior vanishes, and they instead behave like particles, choosing one path or the other, not both. And no interference pattern appears, as if the universe itself decided to change its behavior simply because it realized it was being watched. And this behavior is not isolated or rare. It's repeated, consistent, unavoidable, and deeply haunting. For it tells us that at the smallest, most fundamental levels, matter is not defined by some internal code, some mechanical certainty, but by the relationship between itself and the awareness directed at it. And that means the boundary between object and observer isn't as solid as we were raised to believe. In fact, it may not exist at all. The observer effect dismantles the illusion of a detached scientific gaze, and instead introduces us to a world where observation is a form of influence, where to look is to touch, to perceive is to interfere. And suddenly you realize that you have never looked at anything without changing it, never known anything without becoming part of its unfolding. And that thought stretches far beyond the walls of a laboratory, because it applies not just to particles, but to people, to situations, to yourself. Have you ever noticed how someone changes when they know they're being watched? How a person becomes either more careful or more performative, more restrained or more exaggerated, simply because your attention is present. Have you ever watched your own reflection and felt your posture change, your expression soften or harden, depending on what you expected to see? Have you ever felt the weight of someone's gaze shape your behavior, not because you intended to act differently, but because awareness itself exerted pressure, subtle and undeniable, like gravity on the soul? The observer effect reveals that observation is never passive. It is generative, formative, even manipulative. And once you realize this, once you truly feel it in your bones, you begin to question everything. Did that conversation go that way because of what was said, or because of how it was perceived? Did you become this version of yourself because that's who you are, or because that's who people expected you to be? Are you a static self, or a mirror constantly bending to the contours of external focus? The quantum world doesn't just challenge our physics, it challenges our metaphysics, our sense of identity, of cause and effect, of autonomy. Because if the observer changes the observed, then who you are is never separate from who is watching. And perhaps, in a strange and recursive twist, the deepest observer is yourself, your own attention shaping your behavior, your choices, your fate, the way a particle behaves differently depending on whether it thinks it has privacy. Perhaps this is why mindfulness is so powerful, not because it brings you peace, but because it brings you into contact with the mechanics of change. Because to observe yourself is to shift yourself, to alter the outcome by simply bearing witness to your own patterns without judgment. And maybe this is the quiet, philosophical lesson hiding beneath quantum mechanics. That presence changes things, that attention isn't just focus, it's alchemy, and that the world doesn't unfold in front of you like a fixed reel of film. It unfolds with you, around you, and sometimes because of you. And this dissolves the line between science and spirituality, because it invites you to realize that looking is not just a function of the eyes. It's a force, a dialogue between being and becoming. And in that dialogue, you're not just watching your life unfold, you're helping it take shape. Think about the last time someone really saw you, not superficially, not out of politeness, but deeply, with full presence. Didn't something shift in you? Didn't you feel yourself becoming sharper, more real, more self-aware, and maybe even more alive? That was the observer effect, not in a lab, but in the messy, unrepeatable experiment of human connection, where we are all particles and observers at once, collapsing into form beneath the weight of mutual attention. And now the entire world starts to shimmer differently. What if every act of looking leaves a fingerprint? What if nothing is ever truly objective, because attention itself bends the outcome? What if the future isn't simply waiting to happen, but waiting to be noticed in a particular way? And what if your choices, your gaze, your presence are the very tools that bring it into focus? Suddenly, science stops being about control and starts becoming a lesson in humility, a realization that the more we look, the more we change what we see, and the more we change what we see, the the more we are changed in return, and that reciprocity is terrifying, but also beautiful, because it means nothing is frozen, nothing is final, and everything, including you, is still in motion, still collapsing into form, still being observed into reality, moment by moment, gaze by gaze. You never touch anything. They say that touch is the most intimate of sensations, that when you place your hand on another, when skin meets skin, when fingers lace or arms embrace or lips meet lips, something real happens, something undeniable, something sacred and immediate. And yet, physics whispers a truth that undermines everything we believe about that connection, that you never actually touch anything, not in the way you think, not in the way that seems so self-evident, because at the atomic level, contact is an illusion, and what you experience as pressure, as texture, as closeness, is not the fusion of two bodies, but the repulsion of their atoms, the electromagnetic force pushing electrons away from each other before they ever truly meet. A silent standoff that prevents true contact, no matter how deeply we press, no matter how closely we try to come together. And this is not speculation, it's science, confirmed by the mechanics of quantum fields and electromagnetic interactions, which reveal that the sensation of touch arises not from collision, but from resistance, from two fields of negative charge refusing to allow their boundaries to overlap. And suddenly, the most human thing you thought you could do, hold, kiss, embrace, becomes not a meeting but a mutual refusal, not a merger, but a perfect distance. And this realization lands not just in your brain, but in your chest, because it tells you something more than strange. It tells you something sad, something quiet, something ancient, that we are always apart, always separated by forces beyond our control, and that closeness is not about the elimination of space, but the honoring of space, the tension held between what wants to unite but never fully can. And this idea becomes more than physics. It becomes metaphor, memory, myth, and suddenly you start to feel it everywhere, not just in atoms, but in emotions, in relationships, in longing. Because haven't you always known, somewhere deep inside, that even the people you love the most remain mysteries to you? That no matter how close you get, there's always a sliver of distance that remains uncrossed, always a breath of silence between words, always a flicker of doubt in the gaze, always a part of them that remains behind the veil of their own consciousness. And maybe that's not failure, but truth, because maybe the tragedy of touch is also its beauty, that we are built to reach, to ache, to want, and yet built in a way that ensures we never quite arrive. And maybe that's why touch matters so much. Not because it bridges the gap, but because it acknowledges it. Because it tries anyway. And now physics becomes poetry. Because what the atoms refuse, the heart still attempts. And in that attempt, we find meaning, not because we succeed in closing the distance, but because we choose to live inside it. And now you realize that every time you felt someone's hand in yours, every time you've held a child, a parent, a lover, what you felt wasn't contact. It was proximity at the edge of impossibility. It was two systems agreeing momentarily to orbit one another as closely as the universe allows. And that moment, that breath of almost touch, is where intimacy is born. Not in fusion, but in friction, not in overlap, but in the artful choreography of approach without collision. And this changes everything, because it means that connection is not erasure, not absorption, not becoming one. It is the delicate dance of two complete beings choosing to exist near one another, fully, without losing themselves. And maybe that's the hardest thing of all, to love without merging, to hold without possessing, to touch without dissolving into the other. And perhaps that's why relationships are so difficult, so fragile, because we confuse proximity with permission, presence with ownership, touch with control. When in truth, the very nature of our existence demands boundaries, electromagnetic and emotional, and respecting them is not cold. It is the only way love can be real, because only when you recognize that you can never fully enter someone else, can you finally start to appreciate them as they are, instead of as an extension of yourself. And this atomic truth continues to echo deeper still into your idea of the self, because if you've never really touched anything, then perhaps the world isn't something you're inside of, but something you're beside, always next to. always reaching toward, and maybe perception itself is a form of untouching, a way of hovering just above reality, never landing, never fully integrating. And if that's true, then consciousness, this strange awareness you call me, is not a substance, but a space, not a grasp, but a gaze. And that explains why so much of life feels distant, why you can be in a crowd and still feel alone, why you can be touched and still feel untouched, because the real distance is not physical, it is structural, fundamental, inevitable. And maybe the real miracle is not that we are separate, but that we try so hard not to be, that we spend our entire lives inventing ways to close the gap, with language, with music, with stories, with laughter, with hands outstretched into the dark, hoping something, someone, anything might reach back, not to touch, but to respond, not to merge, but to reflect. And maybe that is enough. Maybe that is what touch really is. Not contact, but consent to coexist as closely as the laws of nature allow. And now, even loneliness begins to look different. Not as failure, but as evidence of how deeply we long for closeness, how persistent the human spirit is in the face of separation, how brave it is to keep reaching when every law of matter says we shouldn't be able to feel anything at all. And this reframes everything you've ever called connection, because now you understand it was never about eliminating the gap. It was about meeting at its edge, about feeling the electric hum between fields that never truly meet, and choosing, again and again, to call that sensation love. A single atom can be a mirror. They told you that mirrors were made of glass, that to see yourself, you needed a smooth surface, something reflective, something external, something large enough to catch your face, your figure, your flaws. But they didn't tell you, or maybe they didn't yet know, that the smallest thing you could possibly imagine, a single atom, could reflect light back with such precision that it behaves like a mirror, not a metaphorical one, but a literal quantum reflector, bouncing individual photons off its electron cloud under the right conditions, not just passively existing, but actively responding, reacting, reflecting. And this revelation shatters not just expectations of scale, but of meaning, because it tells you that the power to reflect, what we often associate with consciousness, with identity, with self-awareness, is not limited to sentient beings or polished glass, but is built into the structure of matter itself. That reflection is not an invention, but a property of the universe. And now you begin to understand something staggering, that even the smallest particle contains the capacity to respond to what comes toward it, and in doing so, offers a glimpse of something else, something outside of itself. And this changes everything, not just about physics, but about how you see the world. Because if a single atom can be a mirror, then maybe so can a moment, or a word, or a silence, or a wound, or a memory. And you begin to wonder, what in your life has bounced something back at you that you weren't ready to see? What single moment reflected so much of who you were that it terrified you, that it humbled you, that it showed you more of yourself than any polished glass ever could? And maybe those moments weren't grand or cinematic. Maybe they were microscopic, nearly invisible, but no less powerful, because size has never been a measure of meaning. And the fact that something so small can perform the act of reflection tells you that you are constantly surrounded by mirrors, and some of them don't look like mirrors at all. They look like arguments, or losses, or strange coincidences, or people you couldn't quite understand. And yet something about them reflected you. Something about the way they pushed against you caused something to bounce back. Something that made you flinch, or think, or change. And maybe this is the secret to growth. Not in finding better teachers, but in learning to see what is already reflecting you, learning to read the feedback the universe is constantly giving you through particles, through people, through patterns. And now, the idea of an atom as a mirror becomes a spiritual principle, because it means that even when you feel invisible, even when you feel too small, too broken, too insignificant to matter, you are still participating in reflection. You are still responding to the light that touches you. You are still capable of bouncing it back, of shaping how it leaves. And maybe that's what healing is. Not the absence of pain, but the conscious redirection of what reaches you, choosing what kind of mirror you will be. And now even suffering becomes something different. Because what if the worst things that ever happened to you didn't just wound you? They reflected something you hadn't yet acknowledged. What if the people who hurt you most didn't invent the pain but simply illuminated the fractures already there? And what if you've done the same to others, not by intention but by nature, just as an atom does not choose to reflect, but does, so when struck? What if we are all bouncing pain, light, memory, fear, joy, across the invisible spaces between us, shaping one another's perception not through force but through proximity, through resonance, through interaction? And if a single atom can do this, then imagine what a person can do. Imagine what you are doing already, without trying, without knowing. And now every encounter becomes a form of light, every word a photon, every relationship a series of subtle collisions that leave traces, angles, reflections. And this awareness doesn't make things easier, but it makes them clearer, because you start to see where your energy is going, where your attention is landing, and what kind of surfaces you are encountering. And some people absorb you. Some people refract you, some distort you, but some, rare ones, reflect you cleanly, not as flattery, but as truth, not as fantasy, but as function. And when you meet someone like that, it's not because they're magic, it's because you've found a surface that responds at the right wavelength, that allows your energy to return to you shaped just enough to understand. And maybe those are the relationships we remember forever, not because they completed us, but because they revealed us, bounced us back into ourselves in a way we couldn't do alone. And maybe that's what it means to be seen, not to be validated, but to be reflected accurately, bravely, even painfully. And now you begin to wonder how often you've turned away from mirrors that were too honest, how often you've mistaken distortion for clarity because it was more comfortable, and how often you've failed to be a mirror for someone else because you weren't ready to reflect what they carried. And now, the concept of holding space takes on new meaning, because to truly hold space is not to absorb or to judge. It is to become a mirror, to bounce back what is given to you with presence, with neutrality, with care. And if you can do that, then even your smallest interactions become transformative, and you begin to live not as an observer of the world, but as a participant in its reflection, a collaborator in its unfolding image. And maybe that's what consciousness is, not awareness in isolation, but the ability to reflect reality and respond to it. And maybe the atom is conscious in this way, not with thought, but with behavior, not with mind, but with function. And if the universe is full of such reflections, then you are not just a self, you are a surface, and the life you live is not just your story. It is a pattern of reflections stitched together by the light that has passed through you, bounced from you, been changed by you. And that is not small, that is not weak, that is not meaningless. It is the very mechanism by which the universe becomes visible to itself, one atom, one moment, one person at a time. Going back in time might be possible. They told you that time only moves forward, that yesterday is gone, that what's done is done, and that the past is a closed room you can no longer enter, no matter how loud you knock, no matter how much you beg. But deep in the structure of the universe, hidden beneath equations and experiments and the trembling edges of our understanding, there are hints, whispers, glimmers of an idea so forbidden, so intoxicating, that we've built myths, movies, and entire philosophies around it. That going back in time might be possible, not just as fantasy, not just as metaphor, but as a physical, mathematical possibility embedded in the very space-time fabric we thought was a one-way street. And if that is true, if even one crack exists in the arrow of time, then everything changes. Not only about physics, but about memory, regret, identity, and the way we carry our lives forward, believing always that the past is untouchable, that the moments we failed or lost or chose wrong are fossils locked beneath the ice of history. But what if they're not? What if they're still warm, still shifting, still connected to now in ways we can't yet measure? What if causality is not as clean as we thought, not as directional, not as absolute? This is the strange and growing suspicion of physicists who dare to study the margins, those working in general relativity, in quantum mechanics, in the warped zones around black holes and wormholes and quantum loops, who have seen enough strangeness to know that time is not what it seems, and who, have found again and again equations that allow for closed time-like curves, mathematical structures where an object could, in theory, travel back to its own past, loop through history like a thread through cloth, and perhaps alter what we thought was fixed. And while many dismiss these solutions as unphysical, others wonder if the barrier is not reality itself, but our imagination, our fear, our need for time to behave like a road instead of a web, a structure instead of a spiral. And then come the experiments, the maddening quantum puzzles like the delayed choice quantum eraser, where decisions made in the present appear to influence outcomes in the past, where observation reaches backwards and collapses probability, as if time itself bowed to attention. And in those moments, the past is no longer silent, no longer safe, no longer sealed, and the implications become almost unbearable. If the past can be changed, even slightly, even locally, even in the quantum realm, then so can identity, so can pain, so can the stories we've told ourselves about who we are and what we deserve. And now the science begins to blur into philosophy, because time is not just a physical dimension. It is the scaffolding of the self, the backbone of meaning, the timeline on which we hang our joys and sorrows like ornaments, believing always that their position is permanent. And that belief shapes everything. Our guilt, our nostalgia, our longing, our fear, our forgiveness, our understanding of what's possible. And so to say time travel is possible is not just to speculate about machines and paradoxes. It is to set fire to the walls of your most sacred assumptions, to ask, if I could go back, what would I do differently? And deeper still, if I could change it, would I still be me? Because what makes you you is not just your present state. It is the accumulation of all the moments that led here, all the choices and accidents and traumas and miracles. And to edit even one is to fracture the structure of self, to risk unraveling the very fabric of identity. And yet we long for it, don't we? We dream about it, obsess over it, ache for the chance to undo, to fix, to rescue some earlier version of ourselves from the consequences we didn't see coming. And that longing is so human, so universal, that even the cold machinery of physics cannot fully shake it off. And so the research continues, from theoretical studies on wormholes, those hypothetical tunnels through space-time, whose geometry might allow backward travel, to models of rotating universes and tachyon particles and quantum retrocausality, each offering a sliver of possibility, a sliver of hope that the past is not lost but simply waiting on a different path, just out of reach. And yet, each theory comes with a cost, with a paradox, with a question that refuses to be silenced. If you go back and change something, prevent a tragedy, make a better choice, say the thing you never said, what happens next? What happens to the future that grew from the old version of events? Does it vanish, split off, persist in parallel? And what happens to you? Are you still the one who lived through it, or someone new entirely? And this leads us to the greatest paradox of all, the grandfather paradox, where you travel back in time and prevent your own existence, creating a logical impossibility, a loop with no beginning. And physicists grapple with this like philosophers. Some say nature would prevent such contradictions through unknown laws of consistency. Others say the timeline would simply fork, creating a new branch of reality, a new universe where the change holds. And both versions exist side by side, unaware of each other. And still others say that perhaps these questions are meaningless, that time is not a dimension we can move through at all, but a byproduct of entropy, a mirage of memory and decay, and to travel through it is to chase a shadow that cannot be grasped. And yet, even then, the experiments keep whispering otherwise, and human hearts keep hoping otherwise. And so we stand here, in this strange present, halfway between memory and prophecy, asking not, can we go back? But what would it mean if we could? And the answers keep folding into each other like echoes. Maybe it wouldn't mean rewriting history, but re-experiencing it, not erasing the pain, but understanding it more deeply. Maybe it wouldn't mean fixing the past, but freeing ourselves from its tyranny, seeing how it continues to shape our thoughts, our fears, our choices, and choosing, finally, to let go. And maybe time travel isn't a machine, it's a mindset. a willingness to revisit the events that forged us, not with bitterness, but with compassion, not to change what happened, but to change the story we tell about it, to give new meaning to old wounds, to recover agency in the places we lost it. And in that sense, time travel is already real. It happens in therapy, in meditation, in dreams, in writing, in the quiet moments where we sit with our ghosts and say, I see you now, I understand you differently. And because of that, I am no longer trapped by you. Maybe the real miracle is not to go back and prevent the pain, but to go back and rescue the self who endured it. To return not with the power to alter events, but with the wisdom to offer presence, perspective, and peace. And maybe that is the true shape of time. Not a line, not a loop, but a spiral, where every turn brings us closer to the same truths, again and again, until we are finally ready to live them, not in the past, not in the future, but here, in the strange and sacred now, where all timelines converge. You can slow down light to a stop. They told you that light is the fastest thing in the universe, that nothing outruns it, nothing escapes it, nothing defines motion more absolutely than the photon slicing through the void at 299 million meters per second, a number so sacred to physics, it's written into the structure of reality itself. And so you believed them, believed that light was the standard, the constant, the one unchangeable law in a universe of shifting forces and collapsing stars. But then, in a quiet lab, under strange conditions, they did something unthinkable. They slowed down light, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally, passing it through ultra-cold clouds of atoms known as Bose-Einstein condensates, or through exotic states of matter chilled to near absolute zero. And in that medium, light didn't just bend, it crawled, it hesitated, it lost its famous speed, and in some cases, it stopped altogether, frozen in place, suspended in silence, as if the very heartbeat of the cosmos had paused for breath. And when you understand this, not just as a fact but as a rupture in how you've been taught to understand movement, urgency, change, you begin to realize that what you thought was immutable, speed, light, time, is in fact context-dependent, conditional, malleable, and if the fastest thing in the universe can be slowed to stillness, what else can? What else have you mistaken for unstoppable simply because you've never seen it in the right medium, in the right temperature, under the right conditions? And now this changes how you see not just light, but yourself, because how often have you told yourself that you are the way you are because it's your nature, because this is just how I move, because the pace of your life, your thoughts, your fears, your patterns seem so fast, so inevitable, so baked into the laws of your personal universe. And yet, what if all of that could slow? What if you, like light, are only moving that fast because the space you're in demands it? Because the emotional vacuum you're passing through offers no resistance? And what if in the right space, under the right emotional temperature, you could slow too, could rest, could pause without unraveling, could be held in suspension long enough to actually see yourself clearly for the first time? And now light becomes not just a metaphor for clarity or truth, but a metaphor for momentum, for that inner velocity you carry without realizing it, the way your thoughts race through your mind, the way your expectations hurtle toward outcomes, the way your grief rushes ahead before your heart is ready. And this revelation, that light can be slowed to a stop, becomes a permission slip for your own soul. Because if something as sacred, as absolute, as foundational as light can pause, then so can you, and maybe you must, not as failure, but as a form of resistance, a form of redefinition. Because in a world that worships motion, stillness becomes revolution, and now you begin to rethink everything you've called progress. Because you realize that speed is not always growth, and movement is not always healing. And sometimes the most radical thing you can do is to step into the kind of internal space that slows your light, the kind of connection, or solitude, or honesty that brings your energy down from breakneck escape velocity to something manageable, something gentle, something true. And in that space, maybe you start to notice things you missed at light speed, the nuance in a memory, the subtext of a silence, the beauty in something you once rushed past. And maybe slowing down is not about weakness, but about depth, about descending into the richness that only stillness can reveal. And maybe the reason we keep running, thinking, achieving, panicking, pushing, is because we're afraid that if we stop, we'll fall apart. But what if that's not true? What if, like light, you don't disappear when you slow down? You transform. What if your brilliance doesn't need velocity to be real? And now you begin to see that light doesn't cease to exist when it stops. It becomes something else, a stored pattern, a waiting potential, a message paused mid-flight. And maybe that's what recovery is too, or reflection, or grief, or love. Not motion, but presence in suspension, not racing towards something, but allowing something to arrive, to settle, to be seen fully. And this changes how you think about time too. Because if light is how we measure time, then stopping light is like stepping outside of time, like finding a pocket of eternity in the middle of a second. And maybe that's what meditation is, or awe, or the moment you look at someone you love, and everything slows without warning. Not because the world has changed, but because your attention has. Because you've created the right medium, the right density, the right internal state for light to pause. And in that pause, time opens up, and what felt fleeting becomes infinite. And now the question becomes, where in your life can you make space to slow light? Where are you running? Not because you want to, but because you think you have to. And what happens when you stop? Who are you without your momentum? Who are you in stillness? And that question, asked honestly, is not a threat. It's a homecoming. A rediscovery of the parts of you that only reveal themselves when the speed drops away. And now, even fear feels different. Not as something chasing you, but as something asking to be seen. Asking for a space dense enough, cold enough, honest enough to be held. And maybe the pain you've avoided is not unbearable. It's just too fast and needs to be slowed to be felt. And maybe your dreams aren't impossible. They're just blurred by the velocity of your anxiety, and need to be paused to be understood. And maybe your love isn't gone. It's just still traveling, still reaching you, slower than expected, and needs a stillness in you to finally arrive. And now the laws of physics become emotional instructions, and you begin to live like a lab for your own soul, seeking out the states, the conditions, the containers that let your inner light pause, reflect, restore. And in doing so, you stop being just a passenger in your own life. You become its medium, its guide, its field of transformation. And in that stillness, you become not empty, but luminous, not frozen, but full, not silent, but echoing with truths that only arrive when the noise stops. And now you see that the ability to slow light is not just a scientific miracle. It is a metaphor for a deeper kind of power. The power to stop running, to stop rushing, to hold yourself with the kind of gravity that even photons respect. And in that pause, in that impossible moment where motion becomes meaning, you find something even more powerful than speed. You find presence. If you could fold paper 42 times, it would reach the moon. They told you that paper is thin, ordinary, fragile, that it tears easily, that it burns, that it folds quietly in your hands like a whisper of thought. But what they didn't tell you, or perhaps what they never realized themselves, is that paper also hides a secret so staggering, so utterly counterintuitive, that it borders on magic. That if you could fold a piece of paper just 42 times, not 1 or 10 or even 20, but 42, each time doubling its thickness, it would, mathematically and physically, reach from the surface of the Earth all the way to the moon, a distance of roughly 380,400 kilometers, and not through metaphor, but through the sheer, raw power of exponential growth, the kind of growth the human brain was never built to grasp, because we evolved to understand addition, to understand the slow, linear unfolding of time and consequence. But exponentials, they are alien, unnatural to our cognitive wiring, and yet they govern so much of the world we live in, from population explosions to viral spread, from compound interest to technological change, from chain reactions to cosmic expansion. And it is in this disconnect between what we expect and what reality does that we find not only mathematical surprise, but a profound lesson about perception, patience, and the invisible power of persistence. Because at first, folding a paper seems like nothing. 2 layers, then 4, then 8, still thin enough to tuck behind your ear. But by the 10th fold, it's the width of a hand. By the 20th, a stack taller than a house. By the 30th, you've passed Everest. And by the 40th, you're brushing the edge of space. And suddenly, what began as a quiet act of compression becomes a cosmic bridge. And this is not magic. It is math. It is what happens when you take something small and repeat a pattern without giving up, without getting distracted, without stopping too early. And this, more than anything, becomes a metaphor for life itself, for the way change works, the way transformation unfolds, not through dramatic leaps, but through consistent doubling, through actions that seem meaningless until they are everything. And now you begin to feel it, not just in numbers, but in your own life. How the habits you begin today feel like nothing on day 1, invisible on day 2, and barely noticeable on day 10. But by day 42, if you've stayed with them, something extraordinary has happened. Something lunar in scale, something you never believed possible, and you realize that growth is not always visible, that change is not always loud, that effort is not always recognized in its early stages, and that most people quit at fold 5, at fold 10, at fold 15, because the result doesn't look like it's working, doesn't feel like it matters, and so they never get to see the exponential curve, never get to touch the sky with something they began with a single, paper-thin motion. And now the paradox becomes clear. Not just that paper folded 42 times reaches the moon, but that the biggest things often begin with acts so small they seem pointless, and that the gap between nothing and everything is not a leap but a loop, quietly doubling beneath your doubt until it breaks through in a way that looks miraculous but was actually inevitable. And this reframes everything you've ever told yourself about your goals, your potential, your dreams, because now you understand. That impossibility is often just impatience in disguise, that limits are often just lack of repetition, and that most mountains are made not of effort but of persistence. And what the paper teaches us, what the math demands, is not just belief, but endurance, the courage to keep folding even when it feels absurd, even when your hands are tired, even when nothing seems to be changing, because it is, invisibly, exponentially. And one day, it will reach beyond everything you imagined. And maybe that's what scares us most. Not that we'll fail, but that we might succeed if we actually keep going. That the power we fear is not in others, but in ourselves. Dormant, waiting to be compounded into something cosmic. And suddenly, you begin to see this pattern everywhere. Not just in effort, but in love, in learning, in grief, in healing. In the way time seems to accelerate when you commit to a path. In the way one conversation can double into trust, then intimacy, then transformation. In the way forgiveness unfolds layer by layer until a wound becomes wisdom. In the way ideas grow, not in bursts, but in quiet replications. And this makes you rethink everything you've ever quit too early, everything you abandoned at fold 5, everything you dismissed, because the distance between here and there felt too vast, too lunar, too impossible. And now you wonder, what if I had just kept folding? What if that thing I thought would never work was just a few doublings away from liftoff? And this realization lands like a quiet thunder because it makes you responsible, not for results, but for staying in the process, for holding the fold, for trusting the curve. And that is terrifying, because it means the life you want might not be beyond your reach. It might be a paper you've already touched, a habit you've already begun, a pattern you just haven't repeated enough to see it break the atmosphere. And now effort becomes sacred, consistency becomes holy, and time becomes not your enemy, but your ally, your amplifier, your exponential machine. So the next time you hold a piece of paper, the next time you are tempted to quit something because the progress is too slow, the reward too small, the result too distant, remember, it's not about what you see now, it's about what you're building, what you're layering, what you're doubling. And if you can fold just a little longer, if you can hold on just a little more, you might find that what you thought was ordinary was actually reaching for the moon all along. The strongest force only works inside atoms. They told you that strength meant size, impact, visibility, that the strongest forces in the universe must be the ones you can see, the ones that move mountains and command storms and tear galaxies apart, that power shows itself in explosions and extinctions and the relentless grind of cause and effect. But they didn't tell you, or perhaps they didn't understand themselves, that the strongest known force in the universe is one you've never seen, never felt directly, never noticed at all, because it works not in the vast, but in the intimate, not in the sweeping, but in the microscopic, not across galaxies, but inside atoms, holding together the very protons and neutrons, at the core of every atom, that forms every molecule, that builds every body, that breathes every breath. And it's called the strong nuclear force. And it is unimaginably powerful, 100 times stronger than electromagnetism, 10,000 times stronger than the weak nuclear force, and 100 octillion times stronger than gravity. And yet it only works across distances so small, so precise, that if you step even a few femtometers away, it vanishes, like it was never there. Like the strength that holds the world together was a secret the universe tucked into its smallest spaces. And once you know this, once you really hold it in your mind, something changes. Not just about physics, but about how you think about strength itself, because now you understand that true strength doesn't always need to be loud, doesn't need to dominate or announce itself, doesn't need to extend its reach to prove its existence. Sometimes the greatest power is the one that stays close, the one that holds the smallest pieces together when every other force would let them fly apart. The one that works invisibly, relentlessly, persistently, in places no one else can see. And now strength begins to feel like something else, less like force and more like bond, more like commitment, more like gravity turned inward. And this force, this strong nuclear force, is not just a physical phenomenon. It is a metaphor, a mirror, a parable for every hidden strength that keeps people together when logic says they should fall apart, for every act of quiet resilience, for every relationship held not by distance or display, but by intimacy and intensity, by that unmeasurable closeness where you stop being two separate things and begin being a shared structure, a nucleus of meaning wrapped tight by a force no one else can detect, but you both feel constantly. And maybe that's what family is, or love, or loyalty. Not the visible gestures, not the loud declarations, but the thing that keeps the core from collapsing, that keeps the chaos of quarks from flying free, the thing that makes something whole out of parts that have no business staying together. And now the atom itself becomes a lesson, because protons, all positively charged, should repel each other violently by the rules of electromagnetism. They should explode apart. And yet they don't, because the strong nuclear force overrides that repulsion, defies the logic of separation. And this is what strength really is. Not absence of conflict, but presence of something stronger than conflict. And now you wonder how many things in your life have stayed intact, not because they were easy, but because some deeper force was at work, binding what should have broken, holding together what should have scattered. And maybe that force wasn't visible, wasn't appreciated, wasn't even conscious, but it was real. And maybe it still is, still holding the nucleus of your life together, even as other forces try to tear it apart. And this changes how you see fragility too, because atoms are fragile, aren't they? Shatterable, splittable, destructible, and yet they are held, fiercely, by a force that does not ask for recognition, only for proximity. And now you begin to see that the things that hold you, the truths, the people, the choices, may be strongest. Not when they're grand, but when they're close, when they work in silence, when they operate not across continents, but across the space between hearts, between neurons, between moments of vulnerability. And this idea begins to echo through your understanding of self, because what are you, if not a collection of particles held together by something invisible? What is identity, if not a nucleus of contradictory impulses bound by some deep internal logic that defies collapse? And maybe the reason you're still standing, still thinking, still surviving, is because there's a strong force inside you that works at your smallest levels, keeping your sense of self from disintegrating under the pressure of memory, regret, fear, loss, and it doesn't extend far. It can't fix everything, but it doesn't have to. It just has to work where it matters most. In the core, in the center, in the places where separation would be the end of coherence. And now the physics of particles starts to feel like psychology, starts to sound like philosophy, because the atom becomes not just matter, but metaphor, and the force that holds it together becomes a way to live. A reminder that the most important bonds are not always visible, that the most powerful connections are often the most limited in range, and that intimacy, though it looks like vulnerability, might actually be the most stable structure in the universe. And this idea shakes you, not because it's new, but because it feels like something you already knew, but didn't have words for. That the people who truly change you are not the ones who orbit you from afar, but the ones who get close enough to affect your structure, close enough to matter at your smallest scale. And now strength becomes something else entirely. Not domination, not distance, but intensity within boundaries. And you begin to wonder how often you've dismissed or overlooked the strong force in your own life, the quiet loyalty of a friend, the silent endurance of your own body, the way you've held together under pressure that should have cracked. You open, and maybe you're still underestimating the power of what you can't see, of what doesn't reach far but holds tight. And if you really let that in, you begin to live differently. You stop measuring power by reach, stop chasing magnitude, and start respecting depth, density, proximity, and suddenly the smallest spaces become the most sacred, because that's where the real work is happening, where the bonds are being forged, where the strength you need is already present, already holding, already enough. Teleportation is real. They told you teleportation was impossible, that the idea of disappearing from one place and reappearing in another was pure fiction, the stuff of science fiction and fantasy, useful for storytelling, but incompatible with the hard laws of physics, because nothing can just vanish and reappear without traversing the space in between, and certainly not instantaneously, certainly not with identity intact. And so you accepted this limitation, like everyone else, like gravity, or aging, or death, and you watched characters in films step into blinking machines and emerge elsewhere, as if space were optional and time were elastic, and you knew it was a dream, a metaphor, a longing dressed up as technology. But then you found out they were wrong, or at least not entirely right, because teleportation is real, not for humans, not yet, but for quantum states. And that alone changes everything, not because it gets us closer to sci-fi fantasies, but because it forces us to re-examine what it means to be somewhere, to exist, to be transmitted, to be copied, to be preserved, and ultimately what it means to be you. Because in the quantum world, particles can be entangled, meaning their states are deeply, perfectly correlated, no matter how far apart they are, and that entanglement, when used with precision, allows for something astonishing. Quantum teleportation, the process by which the state of one particle can be destroyed in one place and recreated in another, not as a movement through space, but as a transfer of information, a migration of being, a reassembly of identity from blueprint to form. And this isn't hypothetical. It's been done in labs for decades, with photons, with atoms, with small systems, and while the distances are modest and the constraints extreme, the principle holds. Teleportation is not about moving matter, it's about reconstructing reality elsewhere, based on entangled correlations and classical communication. And suddenly, the old question, can you be in two places at once, gives way to a stranger one. Can you be somewhere else without ever having been there? And this opens the door not only to technological wonder, but to existential dread. Because if a particle's state can be destroyed and rebuilt elsewhere with perfect fidelity, then what happens to the original? Is it truly gone? Was it ever the particle, or just the pattern? And if the pattern is all that matters, then what happens when the same idea is applied to consciousness, to identity, to the self you call me? Because if one day we can teleport more than atoms, if we can teleport systems, organs, brains, minds, then we are forced to confront a question that has haunted philosophers for centuries. Are you the stuff you're made of, or the information encoded within it? And if it's the latter, then you are, in essence, transferable, a set of patterns that could be moved, copied, deleted, restored. And that realization is either thrilling or terrifying, depending on how tightly you've wrapped your identity around the physical continuity of your body, your neurons, your memories. And now you begin to spiral inward, wondering, if I were disassembled here and reassembled somewhere else with perfect fidelity, would I still be me or just a copy? And if that copy remembers being me, thinks like me, cries like me, laughs like me, then what's the difference? And what happened to the one who was taken apart? Did they die? Did they continue? Did they transfer? And suddenly, teleportation stops being a technological question and becomes a spiritual one, a question about souls, about continuity, about where awareness lives and whether it can be moved like a file. And you begin to understand that what we call the self might not be anchored in place at all, but in pattern. And if pattern can be preserved, then maybe selfhood isn't fragile, it's portable. And now teleportation becomes a metaphor, not just for movement, but for memory, for grief, for how people leave us but never truly vanish, because something of them, their cadence, their gestures, their imprint, lives on in us, not as biology, but as entangled information. And maybe we carry that quantum link with those we've loved, those we've lost, like particles stretched across the void, still responsive, still shaped by their spin, even when their physical form is gone. And maybe teleportation has always been real, just not in the way we imagined. Not as flickering beams of light in sci-fi shows, but as the human ability to transmit our essence across time, across distance, across silence, into the lives of others, to be rebuilt in memory, in influence, in story, in the resonance of lives that brush against each other and never come fully undone. And now you begin to see yourself differently, not as a fixed point, but as a signal, a ripple moving through a medium, occasionally copied, occasionally remembered, occasionally continued by others. And this softens the fear of being forgotten, because even if your atoms scatter, even if your voice fades, the echo of your pattern persists. And maybe that's all you ever were, an echo, a structure, a waveform with meaning. And maybe what we call immortality isn't about the survival of matter, but the persistence of pattern. And quantum teleportation, real, tested, confirmed, is the clearest proof that the universe respects patterns above all, that location is secondary, that continuity can be severed and yet restored, not by force, but by fidelity. And now you begin to understand why teleportation is so seductive, not just because it shortens distance, but because it defies separation, because it says that things once connected can remain connected, that information doesn't die when it disappears. It waits to be rebuilt, reinterpreted, reborn. And maybe this is how grief works too. We think the person is gone, but something of them is entangled with us, and we carry the instructions for their presence inside us. And slowly, over time, we rebuild them, not in flesh, but in memory, in gesture, in choices shaped by love. And maybe teleportation is not about escaping space, but about redeeming time, about refusing to accept that loss is absolute, and insisting that connection, once formed, never truly dies. And now, as you look at your own reflection, you wonder, what parts of me have already been teleported? What habits, beliefs, patterns did I inherit from people I've never met? Whose voice do I carry in my tone? Whose gesture lives in my hands? Whose grief shaped my silence? And in that question, you find something deeply human and deeply quantum, that we are not discrete entities. We are entangled continuities, flickering between presence and absence, between here and there, between who we were and who we might become next. And if teleportation teaches us anything, it's that place is temporary, but pattern is everything. And you, whoever you think you are more than a body, more than a brain, more than a single coordinate in space. You are a transmission, still arriving. Hot water can freeze faster than cold water. They say that nature is logical, that the physical world behaves in predictable ways, that when you heat something, it rises, when you cool it, it slows, and when you freeze water, the colder it is, faster it should freeze. But hidden deep within that seemingly rational expectation lies one of the most bewildering, frustrating, and counterintuitive phenomena in all of thermodynamics. That under the right conditions, hot water can freeze faster than cold, a paradox known as the Mpemba effect, named after a Tanzanian student who noticed it not in a laboratory, but in a classroom, not from equations, but from watching ice cream freeze, and whose innocent observation defied everything his teachers and textbooks claimed to be true. And yet, he was right, time and again, under certain circumstances. Boiling water placed in a freezer will solidify more quickly than cooler water that started at a lower temperature. And no one fully understands why. Not completely. Not in a way that feels finished or satisfying, because this effect violates our sense of order, of linearity, of fairness in the laws of heat. And that's why scientists have debated it for decades, proposed dozens of theories: evaporation, convection, supercooling, molecular structure, container dynamics, and still, no explanation fits all cases, no answer, silences all the questions. And maybe that's because this isn't just a thermodynamic anomaly. It's a mirror into how little we actually know about the systems we pretend to master, and how often our certainty is just a fragile arrangement of incomplete models dressed in confidence. But what makes the Mpemba effect more than a curiosity, what makes it profound, is not just its scientific elusiveness, but its symbolic weight, its metaphorical resonance with the messy contradictions of real life. Because what does it mean, really, that something burning hot can arrive at stillness before something already cold? What does it say about transformation, about speed, about the twisted pathways that lead to change, to stasis, to death? What does it say about you when sometimes it's your most intense pain, your heartbreak, your rage, your exhaustion, that drives you more quickly toward calm than indifference ever could? And suddenly you begin to see the pattern, not just in beakers, but in people. The friend who crashes into stillness after burning too bright. The artist who creates beauty only after being consumed by chaos. The person who hits rock bottom, faster not in slow descent, but in fiery collapse. And maybe this is what the paradox whispers to us. Beneath the physics, that intensity can shortcut stagnation, that being closer to the boiling point might, in some mysterious way, bring you more quickly to ice, not because the path is smooth, but because it's violent, because it's radical, because the system is forced to reorganize under pressure. And maybe, just maybe, the laws we trust to guide the world are less about clarity and more about thresholds, about tipping points, about strange intersections where the curve folds back on itself and the expected is undone by its opposite. And now, suddenly, you're not just thinking about water, but about grief, about growth, about how sometimes the hottest parts of our lives, the failures, the rejections, the crises, are the very moments that propel us towards stillness. Not because we intended to heal, but because the system couldn't hold the heat anymore, and something had to break, or freeze, or crystallize into something new. And in that light, the Mpemba effect becomes less of a scientific error and more of a spiritual blueprint. A reminder that the path to equilibrium is not always gentle, that the fastest way to rest might pass through fire, and that the universe, like us, sometimes obeys rules that don't make sense until long after the change has already happened. Think of how paradoxical it is that burnout can bring more clarity than coasting, how a breakdown can clear your mind more thoroughly than months of measured reflection, how an intense argument can surface truths that years of polite silence never could. And now it becomes impossible to separate the scientific from the human, because the more you look, the more you realize that the laws of physics aren't just equations, they're reflections, patterns, stories. And in the Mpemba effect, we see a story we know intimately, even if we didn't have words for it. That extremity isn't always the enemy of transformation. Sometimes it's the catalyst, the accelerant, the force that flips the system before it has time to resist. And maybe that's why true change often feels so violent, so fast, so non-linear. Because change is rarely orderly, and sometimes the fastest way to freeze is to first burn. And so the paradox lingers, not just in labs, but in our lives, in the moments we're forced to admit that we've misread the world, that the simple path is not always the fastest, that sometimes heat speeds the journey toward cold, not by skipping steps, but by accelerating them beyond recognition. And in that acceleration, we're forced to ask, what else have we misunderstood? What else have we assumed must be linear when it's actually not? Healing, forgiveness, grief, purpose. And what happens when we accept that paradox isn't failure, but a higher form of truth? Suddenly, the Mpemba effect becomes a lesson in humility, a reminder that knowledge does not always look like prediction, that wisdom is not always linear, and that transformation can arrive through contradiction, not in spite of it. And this invites us to live differently, not with fear, but with curiosity, not with arrogance, but with reverence for the gaps in what we think we know. And in that reverence, we find space for mystery, for beauty, for the kind of wonder that refuses to be reduced. And maybe that's the most important effect of all, the one not in water, but in us, that something inexplicable invites not just explanation, but awe. Light acts like both a wave and a particle. They told you to choose, that things are either one or the other, particle or wave, this or that, solid or fluid, real or imagined, masculine or feminine, logic or emotion, known or unknown. And from a young age, you learn to divide, to label, to simplify the world into binary categories that make it feel more manageable, more ordered, more safe. But then you meet light, and suddenly everything begins to unravel, because light doesn't obey those divisions. Light doesn't pick a side. It is both a wave and a particle, both continuous and discrete, both spread out and focused, both flowing and striking. And this isn't metaphor, it's physics, hard science, tested and tested again, across decades, in laboratories with lasers and detectors and equations as elegant as they are unsettling. And the more we study light, the more it refuses to be pinned down. When you look for waves, light behaves like a wave, spreading out, interfering with itself, rippling through space like a musical note or a breeze. But when you look for particles, light obliges again, arriving in quantized packets called photons, discrete and countable and sharp as hailstones. And both descriptions are true, not alternately, not conditionally, but simultaneously, as if reality itself is saying, I contain multitudes. And you begin to wonder, if light can be both, why can't you? Why can't identity be layered, contradictory, evolving? Why must everything be one thing or the other when the building blocks of the universe are already both? This realization does something to you. It breaks something open, because now the strict boundaries you were taught begin to blur. And in that blur, you feel something unexpected. Not confusion, but freedom. Because if light can exist in a dual nature, then maybe so can you. Maybe you can be both strong and vulnerable, both grounded and lost, both skeptic and dreamer, both disciplined and chaotic, both old and young in different rooms of the soul. And maybe the tension you've always felt inside, the pull between opposing versions of yourself, was never a flaw, but a wave-particle truth echoing through your being. And now light becomes not just a phenomenon, but a mirror. Not just a subject of science, but a teacher of identity. And you begin to think about how many times you felt pressured to collapse into one form, to be understandable, digestible, consistent, to be a particle. But how? In your private moments, your thoughts spread like waves. Your presence touches others invisibly. Your voice echoes in memories like resonance rather than impact. And maybe your truest self isn't a fixed thing, but a field, a rhythm, a pulse. That changes, depending on how it's observed, how it's held, how it's loved. And isn't that what the double-slit experiment showed us all along? That the act of observing reality changes it. That whether light behaves like a wave or a particle depends not on light, but on us. On the questions we ask, the tools we use, the expectations we bring into the moment. And if that's true of light, maybe it's true of people too. Maybe who we are changes depending on how we're seen. And maybe there are parts of us that only collapse into clarity when someone looks at us closely enough, listens deeply enough, loves us gently enough to give our waveform permission to become form. And if no one looks, maybe we remain potential, possibilities layered on top of one another, shimmering and unmeasured. And this isn't sad. It's sacred, because it means we are never just one thing, never just the worst moment or the brightest one, never just the job we hold or the roles we play, never just a list of traits or outcomes, but something more like light, responsive, mutable, profound, and endlessly mysterious. And suddenly, the idea that light is both a wave and a particle is no longer paradoxical. It's inevitable, and it forces you to ask harder questions, not just about the universe, but about yourself. When do you show up as a wave? When do you collapse into a particle? What parts of you have been waiting to be measured, to be named, to be called into form? And what parts need to remain open, flexible, undefined, not because they are unfinished, but because they are meant to be lived rather than labeled? And now identity stops being a prison and becomes a path, a spectrum, a shifting dance between the observable and the ineffable, between the explained and the felt. And maybe that's the greatest truth quantum mechanics offers. Not certainty, but a graceful surrender to complexity, to ambiguity, to the idea that clarity is not always the goal, and sometimes being understood too quickly is just another form of being reduced. And maybe your job, like light's, is not to resolve your nature into something simple, but to hold both truths at once, to honor your particle self and your wave self, to be solid when you need to be, but fluid when life asks it of you, to let your presence bend around others, to interfere, to ripple, to echo. And in this way, you begin to understand not only light, but love. Because what is love, if not a recognition of someone's waveform, a reverent observation that calls them into form, that says, I see you, and in that act of seeing, makes them real, not as one fixed thing, but as a shimmering field of possibility, collapsing into presence only because they've been witnessed. And now, even silence becomes participatory, even absence becomes charged, because in a universe where reality changes under observation, you are never separate from what you observe. You are part of it, always entangled, always altering, always being altered in return. And this changes how you see the world, not as fixed, but as participatory art, not as a static sculpture, but as a living instrument whose music depends on where you stand, how you listen, what you expect, and what you're brave enough to allow. And now, finally, you understand. You were never meant to be one thing. You were always meant to be light. Most of the mass in the universe comes from nothing. They told you mass comes from matter, from stuff, from substance, from the solid things you can touch, weigh, measure, and store. They told you that weight comes from the materials things are made of, from the building blocks of reality, from particles that clump together and form everything from mountains to skin. And you believed it because it made sense. Matter feels heavy. It feels real. You assumed, as most do, that if something has mass, it must be made of something. But that assumption, like so many before it, begins to crumble when you look closely. When you look deeper than atoms, deeper than protons and neutrons, deeper than the familiar scaffolding of physics you were taught in school. Because what scientists have discovered, what they now know with uncomfortable certainty, is that most of the mass in the universe does not come from the particles themselves, not from their substance, not from their essence, but from the space between them, from movement, from vibration, from fields and forces, from the tension of quantum nothingness, from the boiling silence of a vacuum that is not empty, from interactions, from the glue, from the dance, which means that what you think of as weight, what makes you fall, what makes the earth spin, what holds stars together, is, to a staggering extent, born from nothing at all. Because when physicists cracked open the proton, one of the building blocks of matter, they expected to find that its mass came from its components. 3 quarks bound together by the strong nuclear force. But what they found instead was that the quarks themselves, the particles inside the proton, account for only 1% of its mass. Just 1%. The other 99%? It comes from the energy of the interaction, from the gluon field that binds the quarks together, from the dynamic tension of their movement, From the endless churning of quantum activity within a volume so small it defies imagination, which means that the proton is not heavy because of what it is, it's heavy because of what it's doing, because of how it holds together, because of the war that rages inside it every second, a war that never ends, a war that has no substance, only motion. And when you multiply that reality across every atom, every molecule, every cell in your body and in the stars above, you arrive at a haunting truth. Almost everything you've ever touched is made from motion, not matter, from fields, not form, from force, not flesh. And suddenly, the idea of mass, the very thing that grounds you in the world, the thing that gives shape to the universe, starts to feel less like an object and more like an illusion, a stable-seeming byproduct of instability, an emergent phenomenon, not a fundamental trait. And now you begin to spiral because this isn't just physics anymore. This is philosophy. This is metaphysics. This is identity. Because if mass comes from nothing, then so do you. Your body, your bones, your breath. 99% of what makes you you has no core, no essence, no chunk of substance you could point to and say, "This is what I am." Instead, you are a field of tensions, a dance of vibrations, a system of unresolved equations that hold together just long enough to cast a shadow of stability. You are not solid, you are structured, not filled, you are formed. And the illusion of your weight is just that, an illusion born of forces that cancel each other imperfectly. And if that doesn't shake the foundation of how you see yourself, then you're not listening closely enough. Because mass has always felt like truth. It has always felt like the one thing that doesn't lie. You can fake a smile. You can distort a memory. You can invent a god. But weight, mass, gravity, that's real. That pulls you down. That keeps your feet on the floor. And now even that turns out to be a consequence of invisible forces inside you, tearing each other apart, endlessly, violently, beautifully. And the fact that this doesn't explode your body into pure light. Every second is a miracle of balance, a miracle of mathematics. And now the cosmos looks different, because the stars are not made of mass. They are made of motion. The galaxies are not heavy. With matter, they are buoyant with tension. And space itself, empty, silent, black, is pregnant with activity you cannot see. Activity that gives birth to everything you thought was solid. Which means that nothing is empty. Nothing is ever truly still. Even the coldest vacuum is boiling with potential. And your mind, once comforted by the solidity of objects, must now come to terms with the reality that there is no object, only interaction, no thing, only becoming. And this realization stretches beyond the physical. Because if matter arises from motion, if mass is a product of relational energy, then so is meaning, then so is value, then so are you. You are not defined by your contents. You are defined by your structure, by your flow, by the fields that pass through you. And maybe that's why you've always felt hollow deep down, not because you're broken, but because you're built that way. Because hollowness is not a flaw, it's a feature. It's the space that allows light to pass, emotion to move, time to unfold. And now you start to see it everywhere. That the heaviest parts of your life are often the ones made from the least tangible things. Grief has no substance, but it crushes you. Memory has no weight, but it anchors you. Love has no shape, but it reshapes your world. And perhaps that's not poetic exaggeration. It's a reflection of the very nature of reality. That what matters most is often what matters least in terms of substance. That the invisible is more real than the visible. That emptiness is not lack. It is the scaffolding of everything. And then the fear creeps in. Because if most mass comes from nothing, then what happens when that tension ends? When the field goes still? When the dance is over? Do you vanish? Do you collapse into the nothingness you emerged from? And deeper still, if you are made from nothing, can you ever truly matter? Can you ever truly be real? But then a softer voice emerges from the silence. maybe realness is not about material. Maybe it never was. Maybe to be real is not to be heavy. It is to be held, to be in motion, to be in relation. And suddenly, the beauty returns. Because now the world is not made of things. It's made of music, of rhythm, of harmony between unseen players. And your mass, your presence, is the song that results. Temporary, emergent, stunning. And so now, when you place your hand on your chest and feel your body, feel its weight, its strength, its solidity, you know the truth. That this is not substance. This is structure. This is choreography. This is force frozen just long enough to let you feel like something. And the next time you lift something heavy, remember, most of that weight comes from nothing. Not from the atoms, but from the forces holding them in place. From the invisible struggle that binds the quarks. From the trembling tension of fields that do not exist in any classical sense but are more real than steel. And when you look in the mirror and see yourself aging, changing, fading, remember, you were never made of what you think. You were always made of fire, of motion, of dancing shadows carved by invisible winds. And that is not weakness, that is wonder, because the universe, it turns out, is not built from bricks, but from patterns, from fluctuations in a field, from the unresolved equations of space itself. And your existence, your mass, your gravity, your presence, your ability to sit, to speak, to love, it all emerges from that unresolved dance. And perhaps that's the lesson, that meaning, like mass, does not come from what you are, but from how you are held together, from how you move through space, from how you resonate with others. And maybe that's what gives you weight in someone else's life. Not your achievements, not your appearance, not your certainty, but your ability to hold tension, to remain coherent in a world of chaos, to carry the invisible within you without letting it collapse, to vibrate without breaking. And now, finally, you see what mass really is. It is the shadow of a miracle, the echo of conflict, the fingerprint of the void fighting to become form. And maybe that's enough. Maybe you don't need to be made of something to be something. Maybe you don't need to have weight to carry it. Maybe you don't need to last forever to matter now, because mass is not permanence. It is participation, a snapshot of energy made still. And so are you, and so is everything you've ever loved. Even absolute zero isn't truly still. They told you that stillness was possible, that silence could be total, that motion could cease entirely, that there was a final resting state beyond vibration, beyond temperature, beyond time itself, and they gave it a name: absolute zero, the coldest conceivable point in the universe, at which all thermal motion should stop, all particles should fall asleep into perfect stillness, and entropy itself would take a breath and surrender. And so you believed, perhaps without thinking, that there is such a thing as true stillness, that if the right conditions were met, everything, matter, thought, emotion, chaos, could go quiet, could be paused, could be held in suspended animation, where not even the atoms would tremble. And in this idea there was comfort, maybe even hope, because it promised a kind of peace, an escape hatch from the relentless motion of existence. But then you learned that this too is an illusion, that even at absolute zero, at 0 Kelvin, where all classical motion is supposed to vanish, there is still movement, still trembling, still an irreducible buzz known as quantum zero-point energy, the baseline hum of the universe itself, the ghost of motion that cannot be silenced, not because something is wrong, but because something is fundamentally alive. And this knowledge shatters the myth of stillness, not just in physics but in everything, because now you see that nothing is ever truly still, not completely, not perfectly, not forever. And this applies not just to atoms, but to you, to your thoughts, your emotions, your memories, your pain, your hope. Because even when you think you've gone numb, when you believe you've stopped caring, when you lie awake in the stillest hours of the night thinking you've finally gone quiet, something inside is still moving, still vibrating at the lowest possible level, still alive. still resisting total silence. And maybe that's what makes you human. Not your intelligence, not your achievements, but this inability to ever be entirely still. And suddenly the places in your life where you thought you had gone cold become holy again. Because now you know that cold is not the absence of motion. It is the limit of it, the edge beyond which motion becomes subtle, secret, sacred. And now you look at your quiet moments not as voids, but as quantum fields, full of invisible trembling, of hidden energy, of latent possibility, and you begin to understand that the deepest parts of you, the ones you thought had died or gone quiet forever, are still humming, still sending faint signals, still dancing in imperceptible waves that keep you tethered to something larger than yourself. And this changes how you see depression too, and burnout, and grief, not as stillness, but as approaches to stillness, as asymptotes to an impossible silence, as attempts to fall beneath the noise without ever reaching the bottom. And if you've ever felt frozen, emotionally paralyzed, mentally blank, this realization frees you, because it tells you that even then, even there, you were still moving, still alive, still vibrating with some kind of residual energy that could never be entirely taken from you. And now the metaphor expands. Every trauma you thought buried, every love you thought lost, every dream you thought extinguished, may still contain a trace, a quantum echo, a zero-point flicker that waits patiently in the silence for conditions to change, for attention to return, for warmth to rise. And maybe this is the very definition of resilience. Not bounding back to life in obvious ways, but surviving at the subtlest level, never going fully still. And now even your quietest memories, the ones that feel faded, distant, unreachable, take on new meaning because they are not erased. They are just moving slowly, conserving energy like atoms at the edge of absolute zero, still humming beneath the threshold of your awareness, waiting for a question, a trigger, a scent to reanimate them into motion. And maybe the same is true of your potential, of your capacity to heal, to reconnect, to reimagine your life. Not gone, just frozen, not silent, just slow. And this teaches you patience, not the kind that waits for things to happen, but the kind that listens for things already happening beneath the surface, the kind that respects how long it takes for deeply frozen things to warm up, to vibrate again, to find rhythm. And now you look at others differently too, not just those who move fast and shine bright, but those who seem still, distant, shut down, because now you know that beneath their silence, something is still trembling, still trying, still fighting not to vanish completely. And your compassion shifts from being about fixing people to being about witnessing their hidden motion, their slow return, their impossible refusal to go fully still. And maybe this is what love is. Not turning someone's heat back on, but protecting their zero-point fire until it warms the rest of them again. And maybe this is why hope feels so faint sometimes, like background radiation, because it is background radiation, the leftover hum of possibility after everything else has gone cold. And maybe that's enough, not hope as fire, but hope as flicker, as the proof that stillness is never total. And that's what keeps the door open. What makes recovery possible? What makes change real? Not because we charge into it, but because we never stop trembling. And now even the deepest meditations, the longest silences, the stillest rooms, become not places of absence, but places of resonance, where the tiniest part of you can echo against the fabric of everything and remember that you are still here. And maybe that's the lesson, that you don't need to roar to be real, don't need to burn to be alive, don't need to move fast, to be moving at all. Sometimes it's enough to just not be still. And if even the universe can't freeze itself completely, why should you expect to? Why should you judge yourself for feeling something in the quiet? Why should you fear your own trembling heart? Because that trembling is not failure. It is truth. It is physics. It is the fundamental condition of being anything at all. And if you can embrace that, then maybe the goal is not peace through silence or safety through stillness, but aliveness through motion, however small, however hidden. And now every part of your life becomes a dance at the edge of stillness, and every breath a vibration you didn't notice before, and every moment of despair a chance to feel the whisper of movement inside it, and every frozen hour a reminder that you cannot, will not, ever be fully still. And thank God for that. Particles can be entangled across galaxies. They told you that distance defines separation, that space creates boundaries, that the farther things are from each other, the weaker their connection becomes, that proximity is the only path to closeness. And, for most of your life, this seems true. You drift from people who move away, lose touch with old friends, feel the sting of absence like cold air between memories, and so you come to believe, almost instinctively, that what is far cannot be near, that what is distant cannot still be felt. But then, you encounter quantum entanglement, and everything changes. Because here, in the strange, shimmering realm of the smallest particles, you discover that separation may be an illusion, that two particles, once connected, can remain entangled across vast distances, even across galaxies, such that what happens to one instantly affects the other, not through any signal, not through any communication, but through a kind of spooky simultaneity that Einstein himself struggled to accept, calling it spooky, action at a distance, as if giving it a name might tame its implications. But it doesn't, because the more we study it, the more it holds, again and again in laboratory after laboratory. Spin up here means spin down there. Polarization shifts here are matched by polarization shifts there. And no matter how far apart the entangled pair is pulled, across labs, across continents, across the sky, the link remains, unbroken, instantaneous, as if space itself does not exist between them, as if something deeper, something non-local, connects them beyond our understanding. And suddenly, you're no longer just thinking about particles, but about people, about love, about memory, about how someone can leave the room and still change the temperature in your chest, about how the absence of a voice can still echo in your head as clearly as if it had just spoken, about how the death of someone you loved doesn't feel like a disappearance, but like a hidden presence you can't quite name. And maybe, just maybe, that's not sentiment. It's structure. Maybe the universe itself is built in such a way that once two things have touched, they are never truly apart. Not entirely, not irreversibly, and the pain we feel when someone leaves is not just grief, it's quantum dissonance, the ache of entangled systems being pulled across space, still humming with connection, still reflecting one another's spin in ways we can't measure but only feel. And now, entanglement becomes more than a scientific anomaly. It becomes a metaphor for every invisible thread that still ties you to someone you thought you'd lost. For every pang of recognition when you hear a song, or smell a scent, or walk past a place that used to hold laughter because maybe you are still entangled with those moments, with those people, with those earlier versions of yourself. And maybe those ties are not ghosts, but facts, unseen forces binding the present to the past across impossible distance. And this changes how you see loss, how you see memory, how you see connection, because it means that closeness is not always about nearness, that presence is not always about proximity, that to be with someone is not always to be beside them. And now you wonder, who are you entangled with? Who, across the span of your life, your timeline, your emotional sky, still shifts when you do, still moves when you breathe, still holds part of your state in their bones, even if they don't know it? And this doesn't make the pain go away. It makes it real. It makes it make sense, because it means the ache of separation isn't weakness. It's a sign that something was real, that something remains, and maybe you don't need to let go in the way you thought. Maybe the task is not detachment, but integration. Learning how to live with the entanglement, to honor the presence within the absence, to recognize that the silence between you and what you lost is still vibrating with information, still holding echoes that no distance can erase. And this insight doesn't only apply to people, but to purpose, to identity, to who you used to be and who you are now, because maybe you're still entangled with every version of yourself that ever dared to dream, that ever believed something wild, that ever loved fiercely. And maybe when you feel lost, what you're feeling is the tension of those older selves pulling gently at your spin, whispering reminders of who you once were, who you still are, and who you could become again. And maybe entanglement is not just spooky, it's holy, it's relational, it's the structural foundation of empathy, of longing, of resonance. And now, the universe stops being a cold expanse of isolated objects and becomes something much more intimate, much more human. A web, a tapestry of connections, a field of interwoven states in which everything is touching everything else just beneath the threshold of perception. And in this world, every act matters, every gesture ripples, every shift in you sends subtle tremors into the fabric that others can feel without ever knowing why. And now your responsibility changes, not just to yourself, but to the field, to the network, to the people you are entangled with, because how you move, how you think, how you live, quietly affects the ones tied to you, even if you've never met. Even if they're a galaxy away, even if they are no longer here. And this makes every moment both smaller and larger than you thought. Smaller because you are not the sole center of anything, and larger because you are part of everything, inseparable from the whole, forever touching what you cannot reach, forever moved by what you cannot see. And when you realize this, deeply, you begin to carry yourself differently. Not with fear, but with reverence. Not with control, but with grace. Knowing that your life is a signal, your breath a transmission, your being a particle still spinning in sync with other particles you can no longer name. And maybe that's what meaning is. Not a destination, but an entanglement. Not something you find, but something you form, quietly, invisibly, and permanently, across space, across time, across everything. The future can influence the past in quantum experiments. They taught us that time flows like a river, forward, steadily, unbroken, immune to our hopes and untouched by our regrets. That the past is fixed, the present is fleeting, and the future is unwritten, waiting to be carved by our actions, but never capable of reaching backward to change what already was. But what if that entire structure, that comforting linearity, is nothing more than an illusion born from our biology, our brains' desperate need for narrative order? What if time doesn't flow at all, but stretches like a sheet, where past, present, and future all exist simultaneously, waiting not to pass, but to be revealed? And what if, most disturbing of all, the future can actually change the past? This isn't science fiction. This isn't philosophical poetry. This is physics. This is what some quantum experiments now suggest in ways too precise, too repeatable, too mathematically sound to dismiss as coincidence. In particular, experiments like delayed choice quantum erasers reveal a world where decisions made now can seemingly ripple backwards in time, affecting the outcomes of events that have already occurred, where particles appear to decide how they behaved in the past based on how we choose to observe them in the present, as if the future is not simply waiting to unfold, but actively reaching backward, reshaping the path that leads to it. And this idea doesn't just challenge our intuition, it decimates it, because if the future can influence the past, then cause and effect are no longer pillars of logic, but malleable shadows dancing across something deeper, something stranger, where time is not a direction but a relationship, not a flow, but a field. And once you understand that, even a little, nothing ever looks the same again. Not your memories, not your decisions, not the regrets you carry like scars you thought were permanent, because now the door is open, just a crack, and through that opening floods a terrifying possibility. Maybe nothing is ever truly over. Maybe the past is still alive, still soft, still changing under the pressure of what is yet to come. To understand this, you have to go small, down to the realm of photons and electrons, down to quantum interference patterns and entangled states where the ordinary logic of before and after breaks down. In the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, a particle is sent toward a double slit and then split into two entangled twins. One is measured directly, and the other is sent on a longer path toward a detector where the experimenter chooses, even after the first has already been detected, whether to preserve or erase the witch path information. And shockingly, the interference pattern, or lack thereof, appears to change based on this later choice, as if the earlier particles somehow knew what was going to happen. as if it was retroactively rewritten, as if the future had whispered into the past, and it had listened. And this doesn't happen once or twice, but every time, consistently, within margins so precise, they leave no room for hand-waving or metaphor. And suddenly, we're not just questioning particle behavior, we're questioning the direction of time itself, and the idea that the past is dead becomes less of a fact and more of a superstition, one we repeat to ourselves to feel stable, to feel sane, to feel like we're not adrift in a universe where everything we do ripples out not just forward, but backward, echoing into the moments we thought were already sealed and buried. And if that is true, if the future really can reach into the past, then we are no longer just consequences of history. We are its editors, its collaborators, its ghosts. And everything we think we know about memory, identity, causality, and responsibility begins to melt into something formless, fluid, and far more fragile than we dared imagine. Think about what this means in human terms. If the past isn't fixed, if it can be influenced by future choices, then perhaps healing can ripple backwards too. Perhaps the trauma you endured isn't permanently etched into your narrative, but can be softened, reinterpreted, even altered by what you choose now, today, in this very breath. Maybe forgiveness doesn't just lighten the present, it rewrites the past. Maybe choices made in love, instead of bitterness, send quiet tremors backward into moments where pain once reigned, gently dislodging the weight you thought you'd carry forever. And if this feels impossible, remember, at the quantum level, impossibility is not a barrier. It's a guideline waiting to be redrawn, and the universe is far more willing to break its own laws than we are to question them. And isn't that always the way? We long for certainty, for closure, for linear stories with neat beginnings and clear endings, but the world is not neat, and neither are we. We are quantum creatures, carrying potential in every cell, existing across timelines we can't perceive. And maybe that explains why some memories ache more sharply than they should, why a childhood scene can feel suddenly different after years of silence, why an old regret can soften after a new choice is made. It's not just emotion, it's structure. The emotional echo may be the soul's version of retrocausality, a backward trembling reality that says, this is still shifting, you are still changing what came before. Perhaps this is why we revisit the past so obsessively, not to relive it, but to reshape it, as though some deep part of us already knows what quantum physics has only just begun to suggest. That time is not a one-way street, but a living web, and every tug you make now vibrates in all directions, not just forward. This isn't just about particles and photons. This is about you. This is about how your future self might already be speaking to you now, nudging you, calling back, asking you to choose better, not because you failed, but because it can still make a difference. And maybe déjà vu isn't just the brain glitching, but the faint shimmer of a future already folding into the now, bending the arrow of time until the past starts to blur and rearrange under the weight of your becoming. And maybe the most haunting part of all is this. If the future can change the past, then maybe you're not trapped by what happened. You're invited to participate in what it becomes. A particle can be in two places at once. They taught you early on that reality behaves, that objects have locations, that time flows in one direction, and that the world you touch and taste and see is consistent, predictable, made of things you can measure and know, but buried beneath the surface of that seemingly solid world is a different kind of truth, one that isn't carved in stone, but smeared across possibility, one that doesn't follow rules so much as it hesitates before, choosing which ones to obey. And at the very heart of that mystery is a fact that reads like fiction. A single particle, a building block of everything from your body to the stars, can exist in two places at once, as though reality itself refuses to make a decision until someone, somewhere, forces its hand by simply paying attention. And this isn't a metaphor or poetic exaggeration. It's experimentally verified, observed, repeated, and utterly confounding, because in the quantum world, particles aren't tiny billiard balls bouncing around, but clouds of probability, existing not here or there, but everywhere they could be, all at once, until the moment they are measured, at which point they collapse into a single state. And it's this collapse, This instantaneous transformation from possibility to certainty that raises the hair on the backs of scientists' necks, because it means the universe doesn't act until you look. It doesn't define itself until you ask, and that opens a door not just to strangeness, but to something far more personal. It suggests that observation, awareness, is not just passive witnessing, but active participation, that consciousness itself may play a role in shaping the fabric of the cosmos. And if that's true, then the universe is not just a thing you live in, but something you are constantly co-creating. Think of the double-slit experiment, where particles are sent toward a barrier with two openings, and if no one observes which slit they go through, they behave like waves, going through both slits, interfering with themselves, creating beautiful interference patterns on the detection screen, as if the particle was in multiple places simultaneously. But the moment we try to detect which path it takes, the wave collapses, the interference disappears, and the particle behaves like a localized object again, choosing one slit and abandoning the other. And it's not the setup that changes, it's the observation, it's the knowing, it's the asking of the question that alters the answer, as if the universe waits for your curiosity before deciding what it is. And in that eerie responsiveness lies a kind of intimacy between mind and matter that we were never taught to expect, because we were told we are observers, separate from what we see. Yet here is proof, again and again, that the very act of seeing alters the scene, that attention is not innocent, but catalytic. And this quantum duplicity doesn't just exist in labs or equations, it ripples outward, reflecting something fundamental about the nature of identity, of decision, of being. Because if a particle can be in multiple places until observed, then what does that say about you? About the version of yourself you are right now, versus the one you could have been had you chosen differently yesterday. Maybe you too exist in a kind of superposition, between the person you were, the one you are, and the one you could still become. And maybe the moment you decide, the moment you act, is your own kind of wave collapse, your own emergence into a singular timeline from a cloud of infinite potential. And maybe every regret is a leftover echo of an unchosen state, still humming, softly in the dark, not quite dead, not quite real. And maybe that's why decision feels like grief as much as clarity, because choosing one version of the future means collapsing all the others, watching them vanish like ghost particles slipping through unopened doors. And still, the implications go deeper, because this strange quantum behavior challenges not just our sense of physics, but our sense of time, of selfhood, of meaning. Because if particles can entangle across galaxies, if they can influence each other faster than light, if they can exist in multiple states, then perhaps what we experience as causality is a shadow of something else, something less linear, something more entangled and circular and strange. And if the basic units of matter are uncertain, then perhaps certainty itself is the illusion, and we build our world, our language, our morality, our memories, on top of a trembling ocean of uncertainty that only looks still when we're not paying close enough attention. And the idea that the universe doesn't fully exist until it's observed begins to erode the notion of an objective reality altogether. Because if the world changes based on how we look at it, then what is it really when we're not looking? Is the moon there when no one sees it? Is the tree in the forest still real if no one hears it fall? These philosophical questions, once thought childish, are now embedded in the heart of quantum mechanics. Because reality itself may not be independent of perception, and that makes you wonder, if your life isn't just what happens, but what you notice, what you observe, what you dare to question, then maybe meaning isn't something you find, but something you collapse into being. And maybe this is the secret the particle is trying to whisper to us, that we are not spectators in this universe. We are mirrors, amplifiers, translators, midwives to the real, and that every moment we choose to pay attention, to look closely, to wonder deeply, we are shaping the world we experience, and the world, in turn, is shaping us back, in a loop so intimate it defies the line between subject and object, between mind and matter, between self and cosmos. And so the particle that lives in two places at once becomes more than a scientific anomaly. It becomes a metaphor for everything you've ever struggled to reconcile. Your desire to be free, and your need to feel safe, your yearning to grow, and your craving for familiarity, your longing to be known and your fear of being seen. And perhaps the dual existence of that particle reflects the dual existence in you. The you that dreams and the you that doubts, the you that hopes and the you that hides, the one who leaps and the one who clings to the edge. And maybe that's why this quantum truth feels so hauntingly human, because at some deep level, we already know what it means to occupy more than one state at a time, to exist both here and elsewhere, to be both present and unfinished. And we sense that there is a kind of grace in this, a kind of freedom in refusing to collapse too soon, because once you choose, once you define, something is lost, even as something else becomes real. And the cost of clarity is always complexity, just as the cost of observation is the end of ambiguity. And yet still, we look again and again, because to look is to live, to collapse possibility into presence, and to bring the ghostly into the real, even if just for a moment, even if it disappears the second we blink. And maybe that's the most honest thing the universe can offer us. Not permanence, not stability, not answers, but glimpses, flashes, strange impossibilities that hint at something just beneath the surface, something alive and unfinished and beautiful, waiting not to be understood, but to be seen. If the sun disappeared, you'd still see it for 8 minutes. They told you that the sun is always there, that it rises every morning without fail, a celestial certainty, a golden promise, and that as long as its light pours over rooftops and rivers, you can feel secure in your existence. But what they rarely told you, what you probably never thought to ask, is that if the sun disappeared right now, you wouldn't know for another 8 minutes. Not because the disappearance would be gentle or delayed, but because light, the fastest thing in the universe, still takes time to reach you, still requires 8 minutes and 20 seconds to travel, the 150 million kilometers that separate the sun from Earth. And that means that you live 8 minutes in the past of the sun at all times, bathing in light from a source that may or may not still be burning, still existing, still whole. And once you understand this, deeply and not just intellectually, something shifts, not just about astronomy, but about life itself. Because this delay between reality and awareness, between event and experience, is not limited to space. It is the very condition of perception, and the sun becomes a symbol, not only of energy and warmth, but of the illusion of presence, the comforting lie that what you see is what is, when in truth what you see is what was. And this realization expands beyond astronomy into your own memories, relationships, and identity, because how many things in your life have already disappeared while you still see their light? How many people, places, promises are already gone, but the light they left behind is still arriving, still illuminating you, still convincing you they're here? And what if grief is not the moment something ends, but the moment its light finally stops reaching you? And until that moment, you walk through a world where absences still shine, where ghosts still cast shadows, where endings masquerade as continuity. And this isn't just poetic, it's physical, it's neurological, because the brain too works on delay, integrating stimuli, interpreting data, building your picture of the world after it has already happened. And that means that your entire experience is a retrospective, a reconstruction, a living memory of an ever-vanishing now. And this delay is both tragic and merciful, because it shields you from the violence of instant loss, giving you a buffer of illusion in which to continue believing, hoping, pretending. And perhaps this is why denial is so powerful, why we don't feel breakups or deaths or departures all at once, because the light is still arriving, the echoes are still bouncing around the chambers of the self, and though the source is gone, the signal remains, and now you begin to see that reality is not a single frame, but a moving ripple, and the self is not a point of awareness but a wave of perception, always slightly behind, always chasing what was, and never quite catching up to what is. And now the sun becomes not a thing but a metaphor, a reminder that closeness is not immediacy, that even the most vital and constant thing in your life, your literal life source, exists only in retrospect. And if you can live with that, then maybe you can live with other distances too, like the space between who you were and who you are becoming, or the lag between being hurt and understanding why, or the long, slow echo of a goodbye that hasn't yet finished arriving in your chest. And maybe love, too, is subject to this delay, not in its feeling, but in its fading, so that when someone leaves you, you don't feel the full absence until minutes, days, years later. And in that time, you still see the light, still feel the warmth, still act as though the source is there. And maybe this is not foolishness, but physics, not emotional weakness, but existential latency. And now every parting becomes an 8-minute mystery, a quiet experiment in whether the thing you're feeling is real now or simply the last arrival of a light that's already gone out. And this makes you think about all the people in your life that you haven't spoken to in too long. The connections you assume still exist because the light of them still reaches you in memory, in photos, in habits. But what if they're gone? Not dead necessarily, but disconnected. And the only reason you haven't felt it yet is because the distance between you is light years wide and the signal hasn't stopped arriving yet. And what does that say about presence? About attention? About love? If love is like light, then maybe its truest form is not in the flare but in the linger, in the way it continues to reach you long after the source can no longer see you. And maybe we are all made of love like that. Delayed, residual, traveling, at the speed of memory. And maybe this is why letting go is so hard, because even when we choose to release something, its light keeps arriving and we mistake that light for life. And we go on acting as if what was is still what is. And maybe healing begins not when the pain stops, but when the light stops arriving and we finally sit in the dark long enough to recognize it as now and not as loss. And in this way, physics becomes philosophy, and time becomes therapy, and the sun becomes a teacher of how to let things end gently, by reminding you that you will still see the light for a little while. And that doesn't mean the thing is still there. It just means that endings are always delayed, and the grace of that delay is what lets you say goodbye slowly, in increments, in echoes. And now you begin to trust that not all darkness is sudden, and not all light is presence, and that the way to live is not to fear disappearance, but to honor the light while it still shines, knowing it is borrowed, knowing it is fading, knowing it is real even if it's late. And now you begin to live in a kind of soft awareness, where every connection is precious because you don't know how long the light will keep arriving, and every silence is ambiguous because you don't yet know if it's absence, or just the beginning of a delay, and you stop rushing to conclusions and start listening for the long frequencies, the slow truths, the 8-minute echoes that are still on their way to you. And you carry that awareness into everything, into friendship, into grief, into your own reflection. And you stop expecting the present to feel immediate, and instead let it arrive in its own time. And in that patience, in that softness, in that stillness that knows it's being passed through by light that left a long time ago, you find a kind of peace. You are mostly empty space. They say you are solid, that your body takes up space, that you are matter in motion, tangible, measurable, anchored in form. But that, like so much of what we assume about reality, is an illusion we've mistaken for fact, a trick of perception wrapped in centuries of intuitive error, because the deeper you go, beneath skin and flesh, beneath cells and molecules, beneath the very atoms that form everything you know, you arrive at a truth so bizarre, so disorienting, that it forces a complete re-evaluation of what it means to exist. That you, the person reading this, are mostly empty space, that more than 99.99% of your body and everything around you is composed not of solid stuff, but of vast, silent voids, of electrons orbiting atomic nuclei at distances that are, proportionally speaking, more like planets orbiting stars than marbles sitting next to one another, and that what we perceive as solidity, the desk, the chair, the breath in your lungs, the hand over your heart, is not solid at all, but a dance of electrical repulsion, a phantom interaction between charged fields that never quite touch. And this isn't poetry, it's physics. It's the undeniable architecture of matter revealed by generations of probing deeper and deeper into what things are made of, only to discover, again and again, that the answer is mostly nothing. And this revelation isn't just scientifically astonishing, it's existentially devastating, because it pulls the rug out from under everything we thought we were, everything we were taught to trust about the self. And suddenly you have to grapple with the idea that the body you inhabit is more like a probability cloud than a structure, more absence than presence, more gap than grain. And this changes how you see not only the world, but yourself. Because if you are mostly empty space, then what is it that you think you feel when you touch another person? When you press your lips against someone else's? When you place your feet on the ground and feel gravity pulling you down? If nothing really touches, if matter is mostly void, then where is the substance of experience housed? Where does sensation live? Where does love take place, if not in molecules? What is memory made of, if not mass? And here, we begin to spiral, not toward despair, but towards something more radical, something liberating. Because maybe the emptiness isn't failure, it's freedom. And maybe what makes you, you, is not the particles themselves, but the patterns they form, the relationships they maintain, the energy they emit and receive. And maybe identity isn't lodged in structure, but in motion, in resonance, in the rhythm of space between things. And when you begin to see yourself this way, as a dynamic, vibrating network of interactions suspended in emptiness, you begin to realize that your presence in the world is not a weight, but a waveform, not a rock, but a ripple, not a statue, but a song. And that recognition opens a door into a deeper understanding of not only physics, but humanity. Because so many of the things we cling to, status, appearance, control, certainty, are built on the illusion of solidity, on the myth that who we are is something fixed, something dense, something impermeable. When in fact we are more absence than presence, more mystery than fact, more openness than defense. And maybe that's not something to fear. Maybe it's something to cherish, because it means that you are not trapped inside yourself. You are not sealed shut like a box, but porous, expansive, radiating into the world and affected by it in turn. And maybe that explains why connection feels so powerful. Because even if our atoms never technically touch, our fields do, our waves do. And in those moments of resonance, something real passes between us, something the emptiness cannot erase. And maybe, just maybe, it's that very emptiness that makes connection possible in the first place. Think of music. It's not made of solid chords, but of structured gaps between frequencies. Think of poetry. It's not made of pure meaning, but of spaces that let us breathe between the lines. Think of love. It's not made of logic or measurement, but of the impossible to define sense of being held across distance, of being known without being explained. And perhaps this is the hidden lesson inside your atomic architecture, that emptiness is not a flaw, it's the canvas on which form emerges. The silence that gives sound its shape, the space that allows everything else to be. And in that light, maybe we can stop fearing our own hollowness, our own ambiguity, our own unknowability, because it's in that unknowable space that life actually happens, not in the particles, but in the pattern. Not in the matter, but in the movement. Not in the object, but in the openness between it and everything else. And when you look at yourself this way, your body becomes less of a container and more of a constellation, a shimmering storm of probability, an energy, an ancient light flickering across an infinite void. And that realization, while dizzying, is also profoundly grounding, because it strips away the lie that you must be solid, certain, strong, that you must always know who you are, that you must carry your identity like a sword or a shield, and instead invites you to soften into uncertainty, to rest inside the truth that being human has always meant being incomplete, being spacious, being vast. And perhaps that's why we ache so much when we're lonely, because we are made of space, and space longs to be filled, not with clutter, but with meaning, with echo, with presence, with someone else's vibration resonating with our own. And now you start to see it everywhere, not just in science, but in silence, in intimacy, in memory, in art. The power of what isn't there, the meaning carried by the in-between. And it becomes clearer and clearer that you were never just the sum of your parts. You were the rhythm between them, the breath that passes through the hollow, the pause before the next word. And that means you were never as alone as you thought, never as separate as you feared, because emptiness isn't isolation, it's invitation. And if we are mostly space, then maybe we are mostly potential, mostly unfinished, mostly open to change. And that is not weakness, that is wonder. Everything you see is from the past. They told you that seeing is believing, that the moment you open your eyes, you are witnessing the world as it is, in real time, unfolding before you like a theater of truth. But what they didn't tell you, or what they didn't quite understand themselves, is that everything you see is from the past, not just metaphorically, not as a poetic way of saying memory lingers, but literally, physically, inarguably. From the photons bouncing off a face, across the room to the light arriving from a distant star. Every image, every color, every form that enters your eye is already gone by the time you see it. Because light takes time to travel. And while that time may be infinitesimal for nearby things, a few nanoseconds, a blink inside a blink, it's still a delay, still a gap between what is and what appears. And once you realize this, truly internalize this, the illusion of immediacy begins to crack, and you understand that sight is not a window to the present, but a museum of what was, a gallery of expired moments curated by the velocity of photons and the latency of perception. And the deeper you look into this, the more staggering it becomes, because the light from the moon left it 1.3 seconds ago, meaning that every time you gaze upward in awe, you're staring into history, into a moment that no longer exists. And if you stretch that gaze to the stars, to the Andromeda galaxy, you're seeing light that began its journey 2.5 million years ago, meaning the light that just touched your retina left that galaxy before humans ever formed a sentence. And now you begin to realize that space is not vast, it's ancient, and vision is not immediate. It's archival, and the present is a thing you never fully touch, no matter how fast you turn your head, no matter how sharp your eyes are, because the universe has a built-in delay, a latency, a structural nostalgia that we mistake for reality. And that mistake has consequences, because we live as if the now is observable, as if we can see people for what they are in this moment, as if our judgments and instincts are responding to truth, when in fact we are responding to echoes, to light that left a moment ago, to expressions that may have already changed, to glances that are no longer being cast. And this doesn't just complicate vision, it complicates understanding, because if everything we perceive is already over, then our reactions are always to what was, never what is. And this means that we are perpetually behind, perpetually reconstructing the world a few milliseconds, a few seconds, a few years late, and that the present moment, the real present, is always out of reach, always ahead of what we can see. And perhaps this is why we miscommunicate, why we misjudge, why we feel misunderstood or misplaced, because the image someone sees of you is already out of date, and the version of them that you're reacting to is a ghost. And we are all living in a hall of mirrors, chasing the presence of others through reflections that are delayed by biology, by light, by memory, and by emotion. And now the idea that you never get a second chance to make a first impression becomes more absurd and more tragic, because even the first impression wasn't of the real you. It was of the version of you that light allowed them to see, shaped by shadows, angles, time, and perception. And if that impression sticks, it sticks not to the you that exists now, but to the you that once existed, however briefly, and that impression lags behind like light from a dying star, still visible long after the star itself has burned out. And now you begin to see the people in your life differently, not as solid beings but as light lag projections, walking histories that arrive to your senses slightly too late. And if that's true, then love itself becomes an act of forgiveness, a willingness to embrace someone as they were, while trusting that who they are now is close enough. And if you extend that same grace to yourself, perhaps healing begins, not by rewriting the past, but by recognizing that even your view of it is delayed, distorted, approximate, and that clarity is not something you see, but something you sense when you stop chasing the present and start accepting its residue. And maybe this is why grief is so hard to escape, because the image of the person you lost still lingers in your senses long after their presence is gone. Like starlight, like delayed photons, refusing to let you live in the now because the light keeps arriving and the brain, not built to grasp this cosmic lag, keeps confusing the old presence for a current one. And maybe closure is not forgetting, but learning to see the delay for what it is, learning to say, this image I hold is old and sacred, but not current. And this realization expands beyond relationships into everything you think you know, your beliefs, your worldview, your assumptions about how things are, because every idea is based on light that has already arrived, and by the time you've understood something, it may already be obsolete. And now you see that to truly live in the present is impossible. That presence is not an achievement, but a myth, and maybe the closest you can come is to be aware of the delay, to live with eyes open to the lag, to accept that you are always looking at what was, and to let that awareness humble you, ground you, soften your judgments, and perhaps even deepen your wonder. Because in that delay is something sacred, something strangely poetic. The idea that the world is always showing you its past, and that every moment of seeing is a form of archaeology, a digging up of light that left its source before you arrived. And what you see now is the story it chose to tell on its way to your eyes. And now even your own reflection changes meaning, because the photons bouncing off your skin take time to return, and by the time you see yourself in the mirror, you are already older, already different, already slightly further down the timeline of your life, and that sliver of difference may be imperceptible, but it is real, and it means you never quite meet yourself. You only meet the you that just left, and maybe this explains why identity is so elusive, why we are always catching up to ourselves, always a step behind in our own becoming, and why true self-knowledge is less about knowing and more about listening. Listening to echoes, reading light, understanding that truth does not arrive fully formed, but in fragments delayed by distance and filtered by feeling. And now, reality itself feels softer, less like a hard surface and more like a glow, more like starlight, and you begin to live with reverence for the slowness of light, for the idea that even now, even as you sit still, photons from 100,000 suns are arriving at your skin, each carrying the story of a different past, each a messenger of what once was, and you, the quiet receiver, are not seeing the world. You are catching up to it, and in that act of catching up, you are participating in the only miracle that matters, being just late enough to notice. You replace almost all of your atoms. Every 7 years, they told you that you are yourself, that your body is your body, that your skin, your bones, your thoughts, your habits, all of it, taken together, compose something called you. And that this you, though shaped by time and experience, is fundamentally continuous, a through line stretching from birth to now, unbroken and knowable. But what if that's not quite true? What if the body you call yours, the one you dress each morning and fall asleep in each night, the one that stores your pains and pleasures, your traumas and triumphs, is not the same body you had 10 years ago, or even 5? And what if, underneath the illusion of permanence, you are being quietly rebuilt all the time, atom by atom, molecule by molecule, in a process so complete, so radical, that almost none of the atoms that made up your body a decade ago are still with you now? Because that is the truth, the strange, fascinating, slightly unsettling truth, that you replace nearly every atom in your body over the course of 7 to 10 years, that your cells die and renew in cycles, that the particles you think of as you are actually borrowed from the world, exhaled from trees, passed through rivers, burned in stars, buried in soil, released by strangers you've never met, and that the material continuity of your being is a myth told by your brain to keep you from unraveling under the weight of constant transformation. And yet, you feel like the same person, don't you? You carry memories, preferences, wounds, longings, things that seem to persist even as your flesh is replaced. And this discrepancy between what you feel and what you are becomes the gateway to one of the most profound paradoxes of existence. That you are entirely different and entirely the same. That you are both a story in motion and a structure in flux. And maybe identity isn't made of matter at all. Maybe it's made of rhythm, of pattern, of continuity in how things happen rather than what they're made of. And suddenly, you begin to wonder, if every part of me is changing, then what exactly is me? Is it memory? But memory can fade, can shift, can lie. Is it consciousness? But consciousness flickers. Sleep, trauma, anesthesia, dementia, all can take it from us. Is it the body? But the body is rebuilt, remade, forgotten, and renewed. So what remains? What survives the cycles of cellular death and resurrection? What endures through the countless iterations of flesh and thought? And maybe the answer isn't something you can point to, but something you can feel. That identity is not a possession, but a process. A wave, not a stone. A self that lives in the continuity of change itself. In the way your breath returns, even after silence. In the way your voice remains yours, even as your vocal cords age. In the way your eyes look into the mirror and recognize a face made of entirely new particles and say, yes, that's still me. And that recognition, that insistence on sameness in the face of absolute renewal, is one of the strangest and most beautiful acts the brain performs, because it means we are not defined by permanence, but by pattern, not by what stays, but by what returns. And this realization reframes everything you've ever thought about personal growth, about healing, about grief, because it means that no version of you is final, that you are always in the process of becoming someone new, and the parts of you that you've tried to bury, the shame, the fear, the rage, are being shed with your skin, flushed out with your cells, rewritten with your bones, and perhaps, just perhaps, the person who hurt you no longer exists. Not metaphorically, but physically, literally, in the atomic sense. And maybe neither does the person who was hurt. And if that's true, if you are a river of becoming disguised as a person of being, then maybe forgiveness is not something you give only to others, but to yourself, again and again, as the old versions of you fall away and new ones rise in their place. And this makes change not only possible, but inevitable, not only survivable, but built in. And it means that when you say, I've changed, you're not speaking abstractly. You're describing a biological reality, a material truth, a fact of chemistry and physics as much as psychology. And that's terrifying, yes, because it means nothing about you is safe from time. Not your face, not your voice, not your preferences, not your passions. But it's also liberating, because it means you are not trapped in any version of yourself, not frozen in any mistake or failure, not bound to be who you were last year, last week, or even yesterday. And now the body itself becomes your accomplice in transformation, a silent architect of reinvention, rebuilding you not in response to your past, but in preparation for your future. And when you really grasp that, deep down, you begin to see everything differently. Not just yourself, but everyone around you. Because if every person is constantly being rebuilt, then the people you love, the people you fear, the people you thought you knew, they are all changing too, all in silent renewal, all in private revolution. And maybe that's why relationships are so hard, so fragile, so painful and beautiful and worth fighting for. Because they require us to fall in love with someone not once, but again and again, to find the thread of identity inside constant renovation, to accept that the person you married, befriended, raised, or betrayed is no longer entirely here, and that the one standing before you is both familiar and new, recognizable and reborn. And perhaps love, at its deepest level, is not the preservation of sameness, but the willingness to adapt, to rediscover, to meet someone where they are now, not where they were, and not where you wish they'd stayed. And maybe that applies to yourself most of all. The courage to meet yourself where you are, even when you've left parts of you behind, even when you can't go back, even when you're not sure who you're becoming next. And this, finally, is the gift buried inside the paradox. That identity is not a prison, but a pilgrimage, not a singular truth, but a living library, not a solid sculpture, but a flickering signal moving through time. And that signal, though made of borrowed atoms and shifting stories, is real and is yours and is enough. The universe has no preferred direction, yet we perceive an up and down. They told you early on how to orient yourself in the world. That the sky is up, that the ground is down, that gravity pulls you toward the earth and your feet are where you begin. They taught you that up meant elevation, aspiration, the heavens, and that down meant grounding, humility, the earth beneath you. You learned to look up to dream and look down to rest, and you never questioned it because it felt real. When you fall down. When you jump, you go up. Trees grow up. Rain falls down. The very language we use is soaked in this metaphor, this ancient directional scaffolding that shapes our speech, our thoughts, our beliefs. We talk about rising to the occasion, about feeling low, about looking down on others, or lifting someone's spirits up. Heaven is above, hell is below. And so, without even realizing it, you begin to believe that these directions aren't just practical, they're moral, emotional, even spiritual. You begin to think of the universe as a vertical structure, with position and purpose encoded into its very geometry. But then science comes along, quietly, patiently, with no agenda other than curiosity, and it whispers a truth that begins to untangle that entire worldview. The universe has no up or down, no preferred direction, no cosmic above, no ultimate below. And suddenly, everything you thought was stable begins to tilt, because this isn't just semantics, it isn't philosophical nitpicking, it's physics. It's the realization that up and down are not properties of the cosmos, they're artifacts of your biology, your evolution, your limited perspective as a creature who has only ever known life on the surface of a spherical planet, wrapped in a gravity well. Down only exists because Earth pulls you toward its center. Up only makes sense because it's the direction that opposes that pull. But float a few hundred kilometers away in the vacuum of space, and those terms collapse. There is no natural up, no absolute down, only vectors relative to other masses, only directions determined by context. In space, astronauts don't walk, they drift. They don't fall, they orbit. They don't look up to see the stars, they turn slowly, freely. And the brain, your brain, struggles with this, because the mind wasn't designed for zero-gravity contemplation. It was designed to survive on Earth, to flee predators, to climb trees, to balance upright. Your inner ear, the vestibular system, relies on gravity to tell you which way is down. Take gravity away, and it screams in confusion. Up is gone. Orientation is gone. Meaning, even, begins to wobble. And this, perhaps, is the real disruption. Not just that the universe doesn't prefer a direction, but that your mind does. And now you have to reconcile the difference. Because we are meaning-making machines. We don't just perceive the world, we frame it. We narrate it. We fill it with orientation and order and metaphor. We walk into a forest and feel small. We look at a mountain and call it majestic. We tilt our heads back to see the stars and feel wonder. Not because they are above us, but because we've always equated height with divinity. And when you take that away, when you realize that the universe does not share your preference for up, that it does not put celestial things above and earthly things below, that it does not assign meaning to directionality at all, you're left with something unsettling. Freedom, directionless, borderless, groundingless freedom. And freedom is terrifying. Because it means that the coordinates you use to navigate by were never out there in the cosmos. They were inside you all along. You were the one assigning up and down, not the universe. You were the one labeling stars as high and roots as low. You were the one projecting meaning onto an indifferent geometry. And yet, somehow, that doesn't make the meaning false. Just local, relative, beautiful in its limitation. Because this illusion of direction, of upness, is not stupidity. It's poetry. It's survival. It's how your ancestors avoided falling off cliffs and how your child learns to walk. It's encoded into your posture, your architecture, your maps, your religions. And even now, as you read this, you are likely sitting upright, not because the universe demands it, but because your body was built for a particular orientation relative to a particular planet. Strip that context away, and your body floats. and your mind follows. That's what happens in orbit. Astronauts speak of disorientation, of vertigo, of the strange liberation that comes with no longer knowing which way is which. Some even develop what's known as the overview effect, a cognitive shift where they no longer see the Earth as below them, but simply as a fragile, luminous orb in a black ocean. They lose the hierarchy, they lose the ladder, they gain perspective. And perhaps that's the invitation buried inside this paradox, to question your own mental gravity, to ask where your conceptions of direction have come from, to realize that your sense of up and down has never been neutral. It's been moralized, politicized, spiritualized, that your heroes rise and your villains fall, that success is measured in elevation, climbing the ladder, reaching the top, being uplifted. But why? Why should higher mean better? Why should deeper mean worse? What if depth is richness? What if falling is a kind of flight? What if there is no top, just motion, just transformation, just turning in an unanchored cosmos? And now your thoughts spiral further. Because if the universe has no preferred direction, if there is no up, no down, then perhaps there is also no forward, no backward, only entropy, only change, only relative position and expanding space. And what does that mean for time, for causality, for progress? We say that time moves forward, but that's just another directional metaphor. In physics, time doesn't really move, it just is, a coordinate, a dimension. And so maybe our whole vocabulary for growth, for history, for meaning, is built on an illusion of orientation that does not exist beyond Earth. And yet, we cling to it, because we need it, because it's comforting, because we were raised in gravity, and gravity always has a center. And in that center, we find our metaphors for truth, for home, for belonging. But again, the universe shrugs. It does not care for your metaphors. It does not recognize down as failure or up as enlightenment. It expands equally in all directions. Its galaxies do not fall, they drift. Its stars do not ascend, they burn. Its laws do not point, they unfold. And the moment you stop insisting that the cosmos must obey your metaphors, you begin to see something else. That the universe, in its lack of direction, is more generous than you imagined. Because if there is no up, then there is also no down. No high place to earn, no low place to fear. No position you must maintain in order to be worthy. Only being, only motion, only the miracle of existing in a place that has no preferred place. And, now for the first time, you look at yourself differently. Because if the universe has no preferred direction, then maybe neither do you. Maybe your life doesn't need to move upward. Maybe your healing doesn't need to be a linear climb. Maybe your purpose isn't a summit, but a field, a constellation, a movement in multiple directions all at once. Maybe your journey is not toward elevation, but toward expansion, toward becoming more aware of every dimension, not just the ones that look good on paper. And maybe what you called falling behind was just moving in a different axis. And maybe what you called sinking was really just deepening. And maybe what you called feeling lost was really just the moment you stopped pretending that there was only one true north. So now, you float, not in confusion, but in wonder, not in despair, but in possibility. Because the loss of direction is not the loss of self, it is the loss of artificial constraints. And in their absence, you begin to dance, to rotate, to redefine. You are no longer bound to climb. You are no longer condemned to fall. You are suspended in the fabric of a universe that has no preference, and so you become free to choose your own, to create your own meanings, to decide what up means for you. And in that choosing, you become more than a passenger, you become a co-author. And perhaps this is the final gift of the paradox, that in a universe with no preferred direction, you are not lost, you are central. Not because of where you are, but because of how you see. Because of your capacity to find orientation even in chaos. Because of your ability to hold contradictory directions in your mind and still move forward. whatever forward means to you. And maybe that is the true direction of life. Not up, not down, not left or right, but inward, deeper into awareness, wider into compassion, higher into understanding. And wherever you go, you bring your own gravity with you, not the force of mass, but the pull of meaning, the weight of attention, the field of presence. And in that presence, you are not floating. You are not lost. You are exactly where you are meant to be, in a universe that does not care where you go, but honors that you go at all. The sun is white, not yellow. They told you the sun was yellow, that it shines like gold in the sky, like a crown above the world, that it paints fields and skin and windows in a warm amber hue, and that from childhood upward, you should color it with crayons and pencils the shade of lemons, or sunflowers, and midday. But they were wrong. Or maybe they were only telling you what it looks like, not what it is. And there's a difference, a monumental one, between appearance and reality, between perception and physics. And this difference matters more than you think, because the sun is not yellow. It is white, a brilliant, full spectrum white that contains every color at once. And the only reason we see it as yellow is because Earth's atmosphere bends, scatters and filters that white light, removing many of the shorter, bluer wavelengths before they reach your eyes, especially when the sun is low in the sky, painting illusions that the mind accepts without protest, because we would rather believe what we see than question the mechanisms behind the seeing. And this realization, seemingly trivial at first, opens a portal to something far deeper and more unnerving, that what you see is not what is, that your senses, as trusted as they feel, are interpreters, not messengers, and that reality, in its purest form, is always being edited for you, reshaped by distance, by media, by lenses of dust and expectation and biology. And when you truly grasp this, when you hold the truth that the most constant, the most ancient, the most vital presence in your sky has never truly been the color you thought, you begin to question everything else too, not just the color of the sky, but the shape of your beliefs, the tint of your memories, the warmth of your nostalgia. Because what else have you been calling yellow when it was white all along? What else have you assumed without seeing fully? And now the sun becomes a metaphor, not just a star, and it starts to represent all the things in your life that you see inaccurately, but passionately. People you've misunderstood, truths you've distorted, futures you've colored in with familiar crayons, when they were actually blank pages made of light. And suddenly physics becomes philosophy, because if the sun itself lies to your eyes, or rather, if your eyes lie to your mind about the sun, then where else has this illusion unfolded? And now you understand that the sky is not blue either, not truly, that color itself is not out there, but in here, in the brain, a computational guess based on wavelengths and intensity and comparative contrast. And this means that your experience of reality is not reality. It's a simulation, a filtered rendering, a translation optimized for survival, not for truth. And that includes everything: color, sound, temperature, even time. And you begin to feel the weight of that, the dizziness of it. Because if the sun is white and you see it as yellow, what does that say about the rest of your life? About the people you love, the things you believe, the stories you've told yourself in moments of quiet certainty. And maybe this is why arguments happen, why relationships break, why history repeats. Because we are not fighting over what is, but over what each of us sees. And what we see has already been shaped before we know it, by layers of air, of upbringing, of unconscious inference. And by the time we label it yellow, we are already wrong, or at least only partly right. And if you are humble, this humbles you further, because you start to wonder, what truths have I missed? Because they didn't look the way I expected. What wisdom did I dismiss because it didn't arrive in the right color? What people did I walk away from because the light that hit them was filtered by the atmosphere of my own biases? And this changes how you walk through the world, not as someone who knows, but as someone who suspects, as someone who listens for the difference between what is and what appears. And in that suspicion you grow, Not cynical, but curious. Not paranoid, but perceptive. And you realize that white is not absence. It is fullness. That when the sun is seen without an atmosphere, say, from space, it radiates not in yellow, but in the undiluted whiteness of complete spectral light. A presence so intense it cannot be truly looked at, only felt. And this becomes a spiritual lesson too, that sometimes the truth is too bright, too whole to see directly, and what we receive are fragments, shadows, refracted impressions of something more complete, and we mistake the fragment for the whole. But the sun never changed. We did. We always were the lens, the filter, the prism, and maybe the point was never to see it perfectly, but to remember that we never do, and that awareness alone is a kind of enlightenment. And now the sun becomes something else entirely, not just a star, not just a nuclear furnace or gravitational anchor, but a mirror, a reminder that the light you see is not the light that is, and that your interpretation of brightness, warmth, color, even of joy, of meaning, of love, is always being passed through layers before it lands in your heart. And maybe this is why we need art, why we write, why we dream. Because somewhere inside, we know that the raw truth is too much, too bright, too white, and we need stories, symbols, atmospheres to scatter that intensity into shades we can live with. And maybe the illusion is not the problem, it's the point. But even so, knowing that it is an illusion keeps you honest, keeps you awake, keeps you from mistaking yellow for truth when it's just a filtered white. And now you begin to wonder what other yellows you've mistaken for suns. Beliefs inherited without question, opinions reinforced by repetition, identities constructed in reflection, all because the light that hit you came through a thick, invisible atmosphere of culture and time and memory. And wasn't that always the way? That two people could look at the same sun, and one would see safety and the other destruction. One would feel life and the other heat stroke. One would paint it with crayons, the other with regret, and all of them would be valid. But none would be complete. And so maybe truth is not in the color itself, but in the awareness of coloring, in the ability to say, I see yellow, but I know it's white. I feel fear, but I know it's refracted hope. I remember pain, but I know it was passed through filters, and I will not base my future on the distorted light of an atmospheric past. And if you can hold that, if you can love what you see while knowing it is not the full truth, then maybe that's what maturity is. The grace to embrace beauty without demanding accuracy. The humility to admit that your eyes, your senses, your memories are not mirrors, but messengers, and that every message they bring is a story, not a summary. And now, the sun returns to your window, unchanged. And yet you feel changed, because you no longer look for color, you look for context. And in that context, you begin to see not just light, but its journey, and not just people, but their atmosphere, their filters, their histories, and maybe, just maybe, that's what it means to see clearly. Not to strip the world of its illusions, but to see the illusions as illusions, and love them anyway. Time moves slower the faster you go. They told you that time was constant, that seconds tick evenly across every watch, every life, every star, that no matter who you are or how fast you're moving, the clock keeps pace, impartial and indifferent. But they were wrong, or at least not entirely right, because time, like so many things we thought were fixed, turns out to be elastic, malleable, subjective, not just in how it feels, but in how it behaves, how it passes, how it stretches and shrinks under the influence of speed, gravity, and motion. And nowhere is this more apparent or more disorienting than in the strange truth discovered by Einstein and confirmed by countless experiments since, that time moves slower the faster you go, that the faster you travel through space, the more slowly you travel through time. And this is not metaphor or perception, it's physical reality, baked into the very fabric of space-time, a cosmic law that defies our everyday intuition and forces us to ask, if time is not universal, then what is? What is real? What is simultaneous? What does now even mean when two observers, moving at different speeds, will disagree on the order in which things happen, on how much time has passed on whether two events occurred together or separately. This is the madness of relativity, the silent war between motion and time, and it turns our sense of the world inside out, because time, the thing we thought was the same for everyone, becomes slippery, fractured, curved by speed, like light is, bent by gravity. And suddenly we are forced to imagine a universe not united by a common present, but stitched together from countless personal timelines, each one legitimate, each one incomplete. And this alone would be enough to shake your confidence in reality. But it gets stranger still, because this effect isn't theoretical, it's measurable. GPS satellites must account for it every second of every day, because they move fast enough and high enough that time passes differently for them than it does on Earth. And without adjusting for that discrepancy, your phone would tell you that you're miles away from where you are. And if that sounds like magic, it's only because our minds weren't built for this truth. Because evolution equipped us to survive on a planet where speeds are low and gravity is high, where time appears stable even when it's not. And so we built cultures, clocks, and entire civilizations around a lie. A useful lie, but a lie nonetheless. That time is absolute, that it's the same everywhere, that it's something we march through together. And once you learn the truth, once you feel it settle into your bones, everything changes. Because if time depends on motion, then so does aging, memory, causality, meaning. And suddenly the idea that you can waste time or lose time becomes far more literal, far more fragile, and far more terrifying. Because now it's not just about scheduling or productivity. It's about the very fact that your life is moving through a personalized stream of time that bends differently depending on where you are and how you move. And this realization births an unsettling possibility that you could, in theory, leap forward in time by traveling fast enough. That if you boarded a spaceship and traveled near the speed of light for what felt like a few years, you could return to Earth to find that decades, or even centuries, had passed. That everyone you knew is gone, that civilizations have risen and fallen, that the world you knew has become history, and you are now a stranger in your own timeline, a living anachronism, a ghost born too early and arriving too late. And this isn't a fantasy, it's physics. It's how time dilation works at relativistic speeds, and it forces us to confront a reality that is heartbreakingly beautiful. That time is not a line, but a landscape, not a march, but a maze, and that our movement through it is not uniform, not equal, but skewed by speed, by proximity to mass, by choices and paths we can barely comprehend. And suddenly, you begin to see echoes of this everywhere, not just in rockets or black holes, but in ordinary life, in how childhood summers felt infinite while adult years vanish in blinks, in how grief stretches time while joy collapses it, in how trauma freezes moments and routine lets them evaporate. And maybe, just maybe, relativity is not only written into space-time, but into our hearts, our minds, our memories. And if that's true, then time isn't just something we observe. It's something we feel, something we shape, something we live through differently than anyone else ever has or ever will. And that means your timeline is unique, not just metaphorically, but literally, physically, fundamentally. And this realization opens up not just awe, but sorrow, because it means we are all moving through time at different speeds. Even when we walk side by side, even when we love the same people, even when we share the same moment, our clocks are never perfectly in sync, our experiences never perfectly aligned, and maybe that explains why intimacy feels so miraculous and so rare. Because to be truly seen, truly understood, is to momentarily collapse two timelines into coherence, to feel, if only for a heartbeat, that your now and someone else's now are the same. And that moment, though fleeting, is sacred, because in a universe of relative time, shared experience is not guaranteed. It's earned, it's conjured, it's precious beyond measure. And when it happens, it cuts through the loneliness of being trapped in your own clock, your own sequence, your own private stretch of time. And now you start to question everything. What if meaning is not found in how long something lasts, but in how deeply it is felt, in how fully it collapses distance between timelines? What if love is less about duration and more about dilation, about the way two people can stretch a second into an eternity, just by choosing to stay present with one another? What if regret is the sensation of feeling your timeline drift away from someone else's, and purpose is the feeling of resonance, of matching, rhythms, of holding pace even when the universe is pulling you apart? Relativity isn't just science, it's metaphor made real, emotion carved into space-time, proof that speed and gravity affect not just motion, but meaning, not just physics, but presence. And perhaps this is what Einstein saw, not just with math, but with insight. That the fastest route to understanding time is not to measure it, but to feel it, to sense its stretch, to honor the way it behaves not only in stars and satellites, but in the hidden corners of human life. And so the next time you feel the hours flying or dragging, the next time you ache for a moment to last or long for it to end, remember, time is not a river you are stuck in. It is a web you are shaping with every breath, and the speed of your motion, the speed of your living, will always, quietly, bend it. Black holes can leak radiation. They told you that black holes were the end of everything, the ultimate voids, cosmic prisons from which nothing escapes. Not light, not matter, not information, not even the memory of what once fell in. And for a long time, that seemed to make sense, because the math was ruthless, the gravity infinite, the edge of the event horizon so sharp that to cross it was to vanish from the observable universe. Not just hidden, but erased. And so black holes became metaphors as much as they were astrophysical objects. Metaphors for grief, for silence, for shame, for the parts of ourselves we lock away so deeply that we believe they're gone forever. And we told stories of how even time breaks down inside a black hole, how space curves in on itself, how escape becomes not unlikely, but impossible. And yet, even in that certainty, even in the cold elegance of relativity, there was a nagging question. What happens to the information? Because in quantum mechanics, information cannot be destroyed. It is conserved, eternal. And so the black hole posed a paradox so profound that it cracked open the foundations of physics. If you drop a book into a black hole, does the universe forget what was written? If you fall in, is your story erased? And for decades, that paradox haunted the brightest minds alive, until a man named Stephen Hawking, who could barely move a muscle but could think faster than light, dared to propose something unthinkable. Black holes are not perfectly black. They leak. They emit radiation, tiny particles near the event horizon caused by quantum fluctuations, where a particle-antiparticle pair spontaneously appears from the vacuum, and one falls in while the other escapes, stealing a bit of the black hole's mass and turning it into Hawking radiation. A whisper from the void, a ghost light from the edge of nothing. And this changed everything, because now the black hole was no longer a perfect trap. It was a slowly evaporating storyteller, leaking not just mass, but meaning. And this idea, born in equations and deep thought, gave birth to something far greater, the possibility that even the darkest places radiate. Even the most absolute ends are not truly absolute. Even the most final silences hum with a kind of hidden energy. And once you internalize that, once you see the black hole not as death but as decay, not as erasure but as transformation, it shifts the entire frame through which you view yourself. Because how many times have you called something inside you a black hole? How many memories, regrets, traumas, shames have you exiled to the event horizons of your own awareness, believing they're gone, that they no longer emit anything, that they've swallowed all light and hope and explanation, and yet somehow they leak, don't they? In your dreams, in your patterns, in the strange gravitational pull of unresolved pain. Something leaks, something escapes, and maybe it's not bright, not visible, not loud, but it's real. And Hawking radiation becomes a metaphor for those flickers of self-awareness, those bits of truth that escape from the collapsed stars of who you were and remind you, nothing is ever truly lost. And this doesn't mean everything will be recovered. It means nothing is ever fully erased. And maybe the slow radiation from your own internal singularities is enough to shape you, to heal you, to remind you that even your deepest collapses still emit something valuable. And maybe you aren't doomed by what's inside you. You are, simply evolving it slowly, letting it dissipate across time. And now the black hole becomes a lesson in patience, in endurance, in quiet resistance to finality. And you begin to see that decay is not defeat. It's a form of release, a way for even the most trapped energy to find a path outward. And this echoes across everything. Grief, addiction, shame, secrecy. None of them are perfect prisons. None of them are truly closed systems, because something always escapes, always leaks, always radiates a piece of itself into the surrounding world. And maybe that's why you still dream of people you thought you'd forgotten. Why a place or a song or a smell brings back something you swore had been swallowed, because it never really was. It was just buried in a region so curved by memory that your attention couldn't reach it. But its radiation never stopped. And now, understanding this, you look at darkness differently, not as a void, but as a compression. And compression is still structure, still shape, still meaning. And maybe the black hole is not the end of light, but the beginning of its reconfiguration. And now you begin to suspect that the universe doesn't waste anything, not even collapse. And if that's true cosmically, then maybe it's true personally. And what if your worst moments, the ones that made you feel like a singularity, like you had collapsed inward into something so dense and unreachable that nothing could get out? What if those moments are still giving off radiation, still changing the space around them, still part of your story, not in their gravity, but in their leakage? And what if the person you're becoming is not built despite your black holes, but because of them, because of what has escaped, not what has remained trapped? And now you begin to see that healing is not sudden, it is evaporation, that insight is not eruption, it is the slow drift of particles from the edges of wounds you thought were sealed. And the self is not a static whole, it is a system of fields, energies, gravities, and leaks. And the only reason you still grow is because nothing is truly isolated, not even your pain. And the light you carry now may be hawking radiation from the collapse of a former self, a quiet glow from a version of you that didn't survive, but did emit something meaningful before it disappeared. And this turns loss into legacy, and turns silence into signal. And even loneliness becomes a thing that curves the space around it, and makes new orbits possible. And the universe itself becomes less cruel, less cold, more like a system that lets even its worst mistakes whisper their truth. And now when you say, "I'm broken," maybe what you mean is, "I'm still radiating," and that's enough. The double-slit experiment suggests reality isn't solid. They told you that reality is solid, that the world you walk through is made of objects with edges, shapes, weights, and boundaries, that matter is fixed, location is certain, and that things simply are where they are, doing what they do, regardless of whether anyone is watching. But then you learn about the double-slit experiment, and suddenly all those assumptions begin to unravel, slowly at first, then all at once. Because this simple experiment, a beam of particles sent toward a screen with two slits, exposes a truth so bizarre, so devastatingly counterintuitive, that it forces a permanent fracture in how you think about the world. When you don't look, reality behaves like a wave, spread out, probabilistic, uncertain. But when you do look, it collapses into a particle, localized, defined, measured. And this shift doesn't happen gradually. It happens instantaneously, as if the very act of observation forces the universe to choose, to take a stance, to manifest something solid from something that wasn't. And this suggests chillingly that reality is not a fixed stage on which you act, but something more like a script that's rewritten each time you open your eyes. And now, the world becomes unsteady, because if a single photon can travel through two slits at once when unobserved, but only one slit when watched, then reality itself is not composed of fixed facts, but of possibilities, and observation, consciousness, awareness, attention, is the needle that threads one possibility into being while discarding the rest. And suddenly physics becomes philosophy, because now you're no longer asking how particles behave, but what it means to exist, and whether existing can happen without being witnessed. And this becomes deeply personal, because you start to wonder if you are solid or probabilistic, if your identity, your choices, your very self is a coherent entity, or just the sum of collapsed possibilities observed by others. and perhaps worse, by yourself. And now you begin to see that the world you thought was solid is more like a shadow theater, where light passes through slits you can't see, creating interference, patterns that only make sense when no one's looking. And as soon as you try to pin them down, they vanish, leaving only a dot on a screen, a single outcome, a single thread in what was once a web. And this raises terrifying questions. Is the moon still there when no one looks? Does the tree fall in the forest if it isn't heard? And if you spend enough time with these questions, if you truly sit with what the double-slit experiment reveals, you begin to feel a kind of vertigo, not physical, but existential, as if the floor beneath your sense of certainty has given way, and you are now suspended in possibility, in potential, in the quiet and deeply unsettling truth that nothing is real until it is measured. And measurement requires an observer. And if reality requires an observer to become real, then consciousness is not a passive spectator. It is a participant, a co-creator, a necessary ingredient in the recipe of what is. And this loops back into your understanding of self. Because now you realize that when no one sees you, when no one pays attention to you, when no one reflects you back to yourself, you begin to lose definition, to feel less real, to drift at the edges of certainty. And that is not weakness, that is physics. That is the quantum structure of being echoing into your psychology. And maybe the deep human need to be witnessed, to be understood, to be loved, is not just emotional. It is ontological. It is how we anchor our waveform into one version of the self. And now you begin to see your past differently too, not as a line of concrete events, but as a series of possible pasts, where the act of remembering is itself a kind of measurement, collapsing the haze of memory into one narrative, one identity, one you, but always at the cost of other possible yous, the ones who made different choices, said different words, walked different paths. And now you wonder, how many versions of me have I collapsed? How many realities have I denied by the simple act of focusing on just one? And that's when it hits you. Reality isn't solid. It's selected, not discovered, but curated, moment by moment, interaction by interaction. And this doesn't mean nothing is real. It means everything could be. And what becomes real is not the most logical, the most probable, or the most deserved. It's the one that gets observed. And now the act of paying attention becomes sacred, because it literally gives birth to the world you inhabit. And the people you see, the choices you make, the stories you tell, are all interference patterns waiting to be measured, to be seen, to be loved into being. And suddenly, the old saying you create your own reality stops sounding like New Age fluff and starts sounding like quantum mechanics, like an echo of what Feynman and Bohr and Heisenberg tried to tell us, that beneath the equations, beneath the probabilities, beneath the cloud of unknowing, there is a trembling truth. Reality is not what is, it is what responds. And this response depends on you, on your presence, your gaze, your consciousness. And this means you are not separate from the world, not above it, not behind a glass pane observing it from afar. You are woven into it, inseparable from it, and your act of seeing is not passive. It is formative. And now you begin to live differently, not as someone navigating a map, but as someone drawing it, not as a pawn on a board, but as a co-author of the rules. And you carry that with you into conversations, into silence, into love, into grief, because now you understand that people, too, are not solid. Not until they are seen, not until they are held in attention, not until their waveform is collapsed by someone who says, "I see you." And that act alone can change them, define them, make them real. And if you can do that for others, you can do it for yourself. And maybe healing is nothing more than looking again, measuring again, collapsing a different version of the past, choosing to observe a new pattern instead of the one you've stared at for years. And maybe trauma is the result of an observation that got frozen, measured too early, held too long. And the pain is not in what happened, but in being forced to believe that's the only version of what could have happened. And now you begin to entertain the radical idea that your identity, your future, even your values are not as fixed as you thought, and the rigidity you've clung to is not safety. It's fear. The fear that if you don't hold things still, you will dissolve into uncertainty. But the truth is, you are uncertainty, and always were. And the only way to live fully is to let yourself interfere, to allow multiple truths to coexist until you're ready to collapse into one. And even then, knowing that what you choose to see changes, what is there, and what you choose not to see, fades back into possibility. And maybe this is the secret the universe has been whispering since the first photon passed through the first slit. You are not separate from the world. You are the observer it needs to become real. Your consciousness lags behind reality. They told you that you are present, that your thoughts and awareness move in sync with the world, that your experience unfolds in real time, and that your consciousness is the pilot seated at the controls, reacting instantly, seeing clearly, guiding your body and your choices with precision and purpose. But what they didn't tell you, or perhaps didn't know, is that your consciousness lags behind reality, always, unavoidably, by milliseconds and moments, a delay so brief it feels like now, but so fundamental, it reshapes everything you think you know about perception, about selfhood, about what it means to be alive inside a body that is constantly encountering the world before you have time to realize it. And this lag is not a glitch, not a weakness, but a structural truth of how your nervous system works. Every sight, every sound, every touch, every word you think you hear in real time has already happened, already registered in your sensory systems, already processed through layers of neurons before your brain stitches it together into a coherent scene and hands it to you with the illusion of immediacy, like a magician palming a card, like a film editor hiding the cut. And the delay is small. Yes, about 200 to 500 milliseconds, depending on the type of input. But in those milliseconds, entire decisions are made, muscles move, emotions shift, and the person you think you are, the one who acts, who chooses, who speaks, is really the narrator, not the origin, the afterimage, not the spark. And once you know this, once you internalize that, you are always slightly too late to your own life. Something opens, a fracture or a window, and you begin to see your entire existence as a series of delayed reactions, a chain of reconstructions that your brain insists are happening in real time. And this revelation is both terrifying and liberating, because if you are not as in control as you thought, then perhaps you are also not as responsible for every misstep, every stumble, every failed intuition, and maybe the guilt you carry for not reacting fast enough, for not speaking up, for not stopping something from happening, is misplaced, because by the time you woke up to the moment had already passed, and all you could do was weave a story about it, explain it, justify it, regret it. And now you begin to question, what is consciousness really, if it's always behind the scenes, always late to the party, always trying to make sense of events it didn't initiate? And maybe the answer is that consciousness isn't the driver. It's the reviewer, the analyst, the narrator telling you a story about your life after it's already been written. And the story feels so vivid, so live, because the brain is so good at masking the delay, at blending past and present into a seamless stream. But under that stream is a current of latency, of catching up, of trying to explain what just happened in a way that makes you believe you were there all along. And now even identity becomes a kind of echo, a reverberation of events already in motion, and you begin to wonder, if I am always behind, then who is in front? Who makes the first move? Who reaches for the doorknob before I think I should leave? Who says the word just before I hear myself speak? And the answer, disturbing and beautiful, is you. But not the you talk to in your head, the deeper you, the pre-conscious self, the embodied intelligence that moves and breathes and lives just beyond your awareness. And this deeper self is not slow. It is lightning fast, processing billions of bits of data per second, reacting before thought, knowing before explanation. And perhaps this is where intuition lives, where instinct is born, not in mysticism, but in speed, in the gap between stimulus and narrative, where your true self acts and your conscious self tries to keep up. And maybe all the times you felt out of sync, like your mind was late to the moment, like your reaction came too slow, Like your body knew something you didn't. Those weren't failures. They were glimpses of the truth. That awareness is a shadow, not of darkness, but of distance, always trailing the event by a beat, always building meaning after motion. And now the world itself starts to look different, not as a fixed present, but as a tapestry of recent pasts, stitched together by light and sound and texture, into a simulation your brain swears is now. Why? And once you stop believing that illusion fully, not cynically, but curiously, you begin to live differently. You begin to listen for the delay, to feel it, to accept that you are not the moment, but the reflection of the moment, and that doesn't make you less real. It makes you human, and it explains why we hesitate, why we misjudge, why we miss the exit, or the look, or the word. Because our awareness arrives just after the event, like a letter that was posted too late to change anything, but still carries the truth of what occurred. And maybe this delay is why forgiveness matters, why understanding matters, because we are all living in this lag, all reacting to things slightly after they've happened. And punishing someone for not acting on time is like punishing a flashlight for trailing behind the lightning. And now the idea of mindfulness shifts, not as presence, but as compassion for your own delay, as a way of softening into the lag instead of resisting it. And in that softening, something remarkable occurs. You begin to trust your deeper self more, the part of you that moves before thought, that reaches before explanation, that acts before you arrive. And maybe this is what people mean when they say flow, or when they talk about losing themselves in music or dance or sport. It's not losing consciousness. It's letting it trail without shame, letting the embodied self lead while the narrative self watches in awe. And maybe this is where joy lives, in the release of needing to keep up, in the surrender to the fact that you never really were in sync with reality, but always trailing, always catching glimpses of it as it passes through you. And maybe your role is not to be perfectly present, but to become a better witness, a kinder narrator, a more patient interpreter of the life that is living itself through you, faster than you can describe, brighter than you can define, and more real than any word you'll ever find. Entropy always increases, yet life creates order. They told you that the universe tends toward disorder, that everything decays, unravels, breaks apart, that energy spreads, differences even out, structures collapse, and that no matter how perfect, precise or pristine something begins, over time it will fall into chaos, into randomness, into dust. And this, they said, is the law. Entropy always increases, the second law of thermodynamics, the most unforgiving rule in physics, the one that governs not just heat and motion, but fate itself. And so you learned that time is a one-way street because entropy flows in one direction, from order to disorder, from sharpness to blur, from clarity to confusion. And you accepted that death is a consequence of this rule, that buildings crumble, bodies age, stars burn out, not because of malice, but because the math demands it, because the arrow of time points toward heat, death, and silence. And yet, life exists, improbably, defiantly, beautifully, as if the universe blinked and something formed against the grain, because in the midst of this universal drift toward disorder, life creates order. Cells build walls, DNA encodes information, minds make meaning, and consciousness weaves coherent selves out of chemical noise. And this is the paradox, that entropy increases. Yet life organizes, and this organizing doesn't violate the law. It uses it, feeding on gradients, harvesting difference, turning decay into sustenance, and somehow spinning temporary harmony out of a sea of collapse. And once you see this, once you hold this contradiction in your mind without trying to resolve it, the world becomes more alive, more mysterious, more urgent, because now you understand that you are a local rebellion against the universe's tendency to unravel, that your very existence is a delay in the collapse, a small miracle of arrangement that sustains itself for a time by metabolizing the difference between hot and cold, light and dark, potential and kinetic, and in doing so, you are not cheating entropy. You are surfing it, shaping it, redirecting it like a river through the canyon of your body, your choices, your breath. And this doesn't make entropy your enemy, but your environment, your context, your canvas. And maybe that's what beauty is. A brief pocket of improbable order shining brightly before it dissolves back into the backdrop. And maybe that's why we're drawn to symmetry, to pattern, to rhythm, because some part of us remembers the ocean of disorder we came from and knows how unlikely structure really is. And now you begin to see that everything you love, music, memory, friendship, language, is a form of resistance to entropy, not through denial, but through arrangement, through intention, through the careful stacking of meaning against the tide. And this resistance is not futile, it's sacred. It's the only thing that ever mattered, because what is a life if not the temporary arrangement of atoms into someone who can feel, someone who can reflect, someone who can love? And when you think about it like that, you stop seeing death as failure and start seeing life as a glorious interruption, a structure that sings even as it knows it will fade. And now everything you do becomes part of this entropy dance. Every word you write, every connection you form, every moment of attention you give to something instead of letting it drift into randomness is an act of creation, an act of assembly, a moment of pushing back against the default. And this does not make you a god, it makes you alive. And that's enough, because now you see that life is not the opposite of entropy. It is entropy's artist, shaping meaning from heat, painting with decay, stacking cards in a collapsing house not to stop the fall, but to make it matter. And maybe this is what meaning is. Order imposed on disorder, not eternally, but briefly, fiercely, courageously. And now you begin to respect your body, not as a perfect machine, but as a delicate alignment of systems constantly under threat, from randomness, and still somehow holding, breathing, repairing, learning. And when it breaks, as it must, the loss is not just physical, it is the collapse of an improbable harmony, a reversion of complexity into simpler forms. And this does not diminish the life that was, it amplifies it, because it reminds you how rare it was to begin with, how much energy it took to sustain that order, and how easy it is for things to fall apart. And maybe this is why grief feels like gravity, why loss feels so heavy, because you're watching the structure dissolve, and part of you understands, deep in your molecules, that this is the expected outcome, the resting state. And yet, you resist, you cry, you remember. And in that remembering, you build a temporary monument to what was, a story, a photograph, a song. And these, too, are pockets of reversed entropy, patterns preserved longer than expected, echoes of order in a world that wants to scatter. And now you begin to understand that the human instinct to preserve, to record, to organize, to archive, to narrate, is not just cultural, it is thermodynamic. It is the deep biological impulse to resist entropy for just a moment longer, to prolong coherence in the face of inevitable dispersion. And that doesn't make the effort meaningless. It makes it holy. And maybe love is the purest form of this resistance, because to love someone is to hold them in focus against the blur, to remember them in specificity, to structure your life around their presence in a world that keeps trying to flatten everything into sameness. And now even your smallest acts, tidying a room, writing a sentence, planting a seed, become revolutions, gentle rebellions against the vast flattening that waits at the edges. And you realize you don't have to defeat entropy. You just have to dance with it, to build your temporary temples and let them fall, to light your brief candles in the dark and know they will go out, and still light them, because that's what life is. A flame that knows it will flicker, a song that knows it will end, a pattern that knows it will be forgotten, and yet insists on forming anyway, not to last forever, but to exist now, to be real, to be felt, to matter. And in that insistence is all the beauty you've ever known. The color you see doesn't exist outside your brain. They told you that the world is full of color, that the sky is blue, the grass is green, that roses are red and lemons are yellow, that color is something things have, like shape or weight, something that exists in the fabric of objects and reflects directly into your eyes. But they were wrong. Or at least, they left something out. Something fundamental, something disorienting and beautiful and quietly devastating. The color you see doesn't exist outside your brain, not in the way you think, not in the way we talk about it, not in the way it feels when you name it, paint it, fall in love with it, because out there, in the world beyond your skull, there is no red, no blue, no green. There is only electromagnetic radiation, waves of varying wavelengths moving through space, silent, colorless, meaningless, until they strike the cells in your retina and trigger a cascade of neural reactions that your brain interprets as color, as warmth, as mood, as memory, as beauty. And what you experience as color is not a property of the thing you're looking at, but a construction inside your own nervous system, a map projected onto reality to help you survive, identify, categorize, and feel. And this realization doesn't just change how you look at flowers or sunsets or faces. It changes how you think about truth. Because if something as vivid and visceral as color is not actually out there, but only in here, in your mind, then what else is? What else that we take for granted as objective is actually a neurological invention, a convenience, a language the brain uses to translate frequency into feeling. And now you begin to suspect that the world you live in is not the world as it is, but the world as it is filtered, rendered, translated by your biology, and that every moment of perception is a kind of hallucination that just happens to agree with others, because we were all born with similar hardware, similar lenses, similar limitations, but even that agreement is fragile, partial, and not guaranteed. And now you realize that if color isn't real out there, then neither is the colorblind person's grayscale world, or the tetrachromat's expanded rainbow, or the synesthete's colored sounds. They are all equally valid renderings of the same raw data, and color, far from being a fixed property, becomes a conversation, a negotiation between photons and perception, between wavelength and interpretation, and suddenly, you are no longer just seeing red. You are experiencing a brain event labeled red, tied to memory, to emotion, to history, and that red might not be like anyone else's red, not really, and yet we all use the same word for it, as if we agree, as if we understand. But what if we don't? What if your red is my orange? What if color is not a shared experience, but a shared assumption? And now everything visual begins to feel suspect, because you know the eyes are not cameras, but filters, that they throw away more than they keep, that they ignore most of the electromagnetic spectrum, that infrared and ultraviolet are just as real, just as present, just as meaningful, but we cannot see them, not because they don't exist, but because we were not built to. And that's the tragedy of perception. Not that it lies, but that it is incomplete. And what we call reality is really just the part we can access, a sliver of the total signal, a slice of the spectrum. And this humbles you, but also awakens you, because it means the universe is always bigger, always stranger, always richer than it appears. And color becomes a symbol of this, an interface, not an essence, a whisper of how the brain makes meaning out of vibration. And now you begin to see that even within color, there are biases, defaults, historical overlays. Why is pink feminine? Why is white pure? Why does red signal danger and also love? Because color is not just biology. It is culture. It is psychology. It is code. And that code gets embedded so deeply that we forget it was ever invented, and we treat our perceptions like facts instead of narratives. And this opens up a deeper layer, the emotional color of things, the way color affects mood, memory, even morality. And maybe that's not just psychological, it's evolutionary, a reflection of how our ancestors learned to associate color with ripeness, with poison, with blood, with fertility, with dusk and dawn, and danger and delight. And those associations still live in us, still shape how we feel about a room, a dress, a skin tone, a sky. And this leads to the realization that perception is never neutral, never clean, never just a view. It is always shaped, always loaded, always laced with affect and attention and interpretation. And now you wonder, if color is only in my brain, then how do I know what is truly there? And the answer is, you don't, not directly. You know the rendering, not the raw, and every moment you see something, What you are really seeing is a neural painting, drawn in real time by electrochemical signals, processed by visual cortex, lit by experience and memory and expectation, and painted onto a blank mental canvas called now. And that painting is beautiful, but it is not the thing. It is a shadow, a simulation, a map. And this changes how you look at everything, from the clothes you wear to the way you judge others. Because you realize that appearance is not truth, it is output, and the same input might produce very different outputs depending on the system interpreting it. And now your entire idea of objectivity trembles, because if color doesn't exist outside your brain, then the world you think you're moving through is not the world as it is, but as it is perceived, processed, projected. And maybe what we call consciousness is not a mirror reflecting the world, but a projector illuminating it with meaning. And if so, then every eye is a unique lantern, casting a unique version of reality, and the act of seeing becomes an act of creation, not discovery. And this makes you responsible, not for what the world is, but for how you see it, how you interpret the signals, how you respond to the illusions you didn't choose but must still navigate. And maybe that's what wisdom is, not knowing what is real but knowing what isn't, and choosing still to love it, to live in it, to find meaning in it. And maybe the color red is just a wave at 700 nanometers, but maybe it is also a rose, a fire, a wound, a signal, a memory, a kiss. And all of those are true, even if none of them exist outside your brain. And in that paradox, in that impossibility, in that shimmering gap between photon and feeling, you find something more than science. You find yourself, and you realize that the world you see is not outside of you. It is made inside you, and that doesn't make it less real. It makes it more precious, more intimate, more fragile. And now, when you look at color, you don't just see. It's like hearing a whisper that begins inside your own skull, but feels like it comes from the stars. Quantum tunneling allows particles through walls. They told you that walls are solid, that barriers exist to separate, to define, to confine, that what is blocked stays blocked, that matter cannot pass through what it cannot overcome. And so, you learned early to fear the closed door, the locked gate, the unmovable obstacle, believing that the limits you encountered, physical, emotional, existential, were absolute, and that trying to move through them was foolish at best, self-destructive at worst. And so you learned to stop when you were stopped, to yield when met with resistance, to believe that what cannot be climbed or broken must simply be accepted, must be mourned but not challenged. And in the macroscopic world, that rule mostly holds, except it doesn't, not entirely, not always, because in the strange subatomic landscape beneath your senses, in the realm of the very small, that law begins to tremble, begins to hesitate, begins to fail in ways that feel almost poetic, and you discover something quietly astonishing. Particles, those elemental pieces of matter that make up everything you are and everything you touch, can sometimes pass through barriers they don't have the energy to overcome. Not because they break the wall, not because they scale it or go around it, but because they tunnel through it, as if the barrier is not truly solid, not truly impermeable, but a kind of probabilistic haze that can, under certain conditions, be traversed. Not with violence, not with sheer will, but with potential, with uncertainty, with the mathematics of maybe. And this phenomenon, known as quantum tunneling, is not science fiction, not metaphor, not symbolic poetry disguised as physics. It's real, measurable, repeatable, essential. It governs the fusion in the core of the sun, the decay of radioactive atoms, the functionality of transistors in every digital device, and yes, even the chemical reactions in your brain that let you feel and think and hope. And once you understand what it means, not just on paper, but in your bones, it changes how you see the world, because now you understand that what appears impenetrable might only be improbable, that what you assumed was a hard stop might only be a soft threshold with a low but non-zero chance of letting you through. And this insight begins to echo beyond science into your entire framework of self, into every corner of your life where you've ever whispered, "This is impossible." And maybe it wasn't, maybe it still isn't, and maybe the failures you've experienced weren't reflections of truth, but snapshots of timing, Moments when the conditions weren't yet right, the energy wasn't yet there, the alignment hadn't yet clicked into place, and the path remained sealed not forever, but for now. And you begin to wonder how many things you walked away from, not because they were impossible, but because you didn't know that even impossibility has loopholes, quantum ones, threaded with chance and time, and tiny openings you can't always see. And now you begin to reevaluate your concept of resistance, of denial, of rejection, not as final judgments, but as variables, as undecided fields, as phenomena that depend not just on force but on frequency. And what begins to stir is a new kind of patience, a new kind of hope, not blind, not desperate, but probabilistic, rooted in the understanding that not all progress is linear and not all movement is visible, that sometimes forward is not a march but a flicker, a penetration, a quiet passing through. And now you see that hope itself might be a form of tunneling, a refusal to let the solidity of the world cancel out your possibility entirely, a spiritual approximation of a quantum behavior, where you do not burst through life's barricades, but rather wait for them to shimmer, for the wall to flicker, just long enough to let something in, or something out. And now you realize that so many of the thresholds you've crossed, personally, emotionally, creatively, weren't breakthroughs in the traditional sense, but tunnelings, subtle passages, through realities that once felt sealed. And this reframes not just your past, but your future. Because now you understand that persistence isn't about battering the wall. It's about staying in proximity to the boundary long enough for its probabilities to change, long enough for you to become the version of yourself that can pass through. And this means that so many moments of heartbreak, so many seasons of stillness, so many hours spent in confusion and doubt weren't wastes of time, but forms of pressure, atmospheric tension collecting around a point, until finally, improbably, inevitably, the barrier let go, and you slipped through. And now you start to rethink not just your struggles, but your identity. Because if particles can tunnel, then maybe selves can, too. Maybe you are not as fixed as you seem, not as localized as you believe. And maybe what you call you is a waveform too, hovering near potential paths, some impassable, some just improbable. And your life becomes a question of where you remain, how long you linger, what energies you cultivate until the improbable begins to crack open and become real. And this changes how you think about healing, about forgiveness, about transformation. Because maybe it doesn't happen when you try hard enough, but when the internal configuration of your story shifts just enough to allow light through the thinnest part of your wall. And maybe this is what it means to move on, or let go, or grow. Not a conscious leap, but a quantum shift that occurs beneath awareness. A silent recalibration of possibility until the version of you that couldn't forgive, or love, or hope, or speak, finally becomes the version that can, not by climbing the wall, but by existing in such a way that you phase through it. And now, you see other people differently too. Not as monoliths of certainty, but as clouds of probability. Not as personalities etched in stone, but as evolving systems with unseen thresholds. And maybe this is what compassion is, standing near someone else's barrier long enough that they begin to tunnel too, not because you pulled them through, but because you waited long enough for something invisible to move. And maybe now you understand timing not as coincidence, but as quantum convergence, the moment when the unlikely aligns just enough to change. The outcome and the wall that should have stopped you becomes the gate that lets you through. And this doesn't make life easier, but it makes it deeper, more subtle, more worth staying awake for. Because now you begin to live as someone who knows that nothing is truly final, that even the coldest silences, the heaviest losses, the most unbearable constraints are porous in ways you may never fully understand. And your job is not to break everything open, but to remain long enough, gently enough, hopefully enough, near the boundary, until what once was impossible simply becomes a narrow passage, one you were always meant to pass through. You live in the past. Perception is delayed. They told you that you live in the present, that the moment you're in is the one you're experiencing, that your eyes are open to now, that your thoughts align with the unfolding of time as it happens. But the truth is stranger, quieter, and more unsettling. You don't live in the present at all. You live in the past, always. Inevitably, inescapably, because every perception, every color, every sound, every sensation, every emotion you think you're having right now is already over by the time it reaches you, already passed through layers of delay, of processing, of translation and integration inside your brain, so that by the time you feel the world has already moved on. And this isn't metaphor, it's neuroscience, it's physics, it's measurable in milliseconds and electrical signals and neural synapses, because light hits your eyes, but then it must be captured, inverted, encoded, transmitted, reconstructed, and interpreted before you see it. Sound hits your eardrums, but then must be converted to electrical signals and interpreted through time windows before it becomes music or voice. Even touch, that most intimate of senses, takes time to arrive, to be processed, to be felt. And in every case, the data lags behind the event, not by hours, not even seconds, but enough, tens to hundreds of milliseconds, to mean that what you experience as now is already then, and that the you reacting is not the you of this moment, but the ghost of a moment ago, forever chasing a moving target labeled real time, but never quite catching it. And yet, your brain doesn't tell you this. It stitches all of those signals together into a coherent illusion of presentness, hiding the delay beneath layers of prediction, compensation, and smoothing, as if it knows you couldn't survive the truth that your life is always slightly too late, that you are always trailing behind yourself like a shadow with agency. And this realization opens a door not only into the fragility of perception, but into the deeper questions of what it means to exist, to decide, to be conscious at all. Because if what you see isn't what's happening now, but what already happened, then when do you act? When do you choose? When do you become? And this introduces a paradox so profound that it begins to erode the very structure of free will. If perception is delayed and action is based on perception, then action is also delayed. And if decisions are made using outdated information, then how can they be truly free? Are you reacting to what is, or to what was? And if so, are you ever really here? And deeper still, if consciousness itself is based on integrating sensory input, and all that input is late, then consciousness is not in the present either. It's always looking backward, always narrating what already happened, like a commentator watching replays, always believing it's live, but always wrong. And this cracks open the idea of self in a way that no mirror ever could, because now you see that you are not who you think you are when you think you are it. You are always slightly behind, a delayed broadcast of a life unfolding just out of reach. And maybe that explains why so much of human life feels like trying to catch up, why we regret, why we replay, why we relive, because we are built to chase a moment that's already gone, built to inhabit a timeline where the present is a reconstruction and the past is the only place we truly live. And suddenly, memory stops being a storage device and starts looking more like a home, a place where we reside even as we pretend to move forward. And you begin to realize that the brain is not a spotlight on the now. It's a projector aimed slightly backward, stitching together fragments of what just happened into the illusion of now. And that illusion is both our salvation and our prison, because without it, we would be lost in latency, unable to function. But with it, we forget that reality is always a few steps ahead of us, always slipping around the corner just before we arrive. And maybe that explains the existential tension so many people feel, the sense of not quite being in sync with life, the sensation that something is always slightly off, not in emotion, but in timing, and that timing is not psychological, it's physiological. It's the inevitable delay of being a body interpreting signals in a world that moves faster than thought. And so we live like old radio broadcasts, close enough to feel real but never quite current. And now perception itself becomes suspect. Because if your now is really then everything you see is a kind of hallucination, a delay adjusted simulation built from probabilities and approximations and best guesses, and the line between reality and representation begins to blur. And if we can't trust our perception to be timely, can we trust it to be accurate? And if our picture of the world is always slightly outdated, are we ever truly seeing what is, or just what was, or even worse, what the brain expects? Because to hide the delay, The brain predicts, it anticipates what will happen next, and inserts that into your experience so seamlessly that you don't know it's a guess. And that prediction isn't just visual or auditory, it's emotional, social, existential, meaning your reactions, your fears, your judgments may not be based on truth, but on approximation. And if that's the case, then we are not only living in the past, we are reacting to simulations of futures that haven't happened, stitched into sensory fragments that already passed, and calling that reality. And maybe that's why life feels surreal sometimes, why déjà vu is so eerie, why moments sometimes feel like echoes. Because they're arriving out of sync, because the brain is constantly buffering, constantly refreshing, constantly struggling to render a world that is always ahead of its processes, and yet still managing somehow to keep you upright, to keep you moving, to keep you believing that this moment is real, even if it isn't. And now you begin to wonder, if I live in the past, how much of me is history? How much of me is memory masquerading as choice? And what does it mean to be present, truly present, if the very machinery of perception is working against that possibility? And maybe presence isn't a point in time, but a practice, a kind of surrender to the delay, a willingness to sit with the echo instead of pretending it's the source, a gentleness with the fact that we are always slightly behind the life we are trying to live. And in that gentleness, something changes, because now the delay stops feeling like a flaw and starts feeling like space. Space to reflect, to breathe, to pause before reacting, to live more slowly in a world that keeps moving fast. And maybe that's the wisdom buried inside this paradox, that to live in the past is not to be stuck, but to be reminded that reality is always one beat ahead of comprehension, and that beat, that breath, that delay, is where meaning lives, not in the perfect moment, but in the moment after, when we process, understand, integrate, and become. And so we stop chasing now and start listening to then, not as a limitation, but as a guide, a signal from the edge of what just was, reminding us that awareness is not about instant reaction, but about the slow grace of waking up just after the moment passes and choosing, still, to be here. The universe has no center, but is expanding everywhere. They told you that everything has a center, that circles have middles, that cities have downtowns, that the world has poles, that people have cores, and that the universe itself, vast though it may be, must have begun from some central point, some origin, some celestial dot from which all things flew outward like sparks from a flame. But what if that's not true? What if the universe, in all its breathtaking immensity, is expanding in every direction without having a single center at all? Not in the middle of space, not even at the place where it all began. And what if that expansion doesn't just unfold into the emptiness of space, but creates space as it goes, stretching the very fabric of reality outward like an inflating balloon with no surface to push against, no external reference point, no edge, no center, no outside? What does that mean? What does that even look like? Because our minds, so accustomed to anchoring everything we know to some central point, cannot easily grasp an expansion that has no focal origin, no privileged location, no ground zero. And yet, this is what the science tells us, again and again. As we look deeper into the cosmos, measure the redshifts of distant galaxies, observe the cosmic microwave background radiation, and calculate the accelerating drift of galactic clusters, that the universe is not exploding outward from a central dot like fireworks from a launch pad, but expanding everywhere at once, in all directions, from every point simultaneously, including the very space you now occupy, and that no observer, no matter where they stand, experiences themselves as being at the edge or at the center, but always somewhere in the middle of their own expanding sphere of space. And this doesn't just challenge our spatial intuition, it challenges our emotional frameworks, our metaphysical assumptions, because to be without a center is to be without a special reference, without a cosmic anchor. And that can feel, at first, like a kind of existential vertigo, like falling in all directions at once without knowing which way is up. But then comes the deeper realization, the one that hums beneath the science, the one that touches something older than thought. That if the universe has no center, then everywhere is the center. That if space is expanding equally in all directions, from every point, then every point is equally privileged, equally holy, equally vital, and that includes you. And suddenly, the old human hunger for cosmic significance finds a strange and unexpected answer. Not in hierarchy, not in dominance, but in equivalence, in participation, in the quiet but radical truth that the center is not a place, but a condition, and you, by simply existing, by simply occupying space, by simply being here, are as central to the unfolding of the cosmos as any galaxy, any quasar, any cluster of light a billion years away. And now the paradox deepens, not just physically, but philosophically, because if there is no central point, then there is also no edge, no boundary, no place where the universe ends and something else begins. And this undoes everything we thought we knew about limits, about ownership, about separateness. Because to live in a boundless space is to realize that division is always artificial, that borders are always temporary, that everything is connected, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a literal expanding fabric that threads all things together, even as it stretches them apart. And then, quietly, a new question emerges. Not, where is the center? But why did we ever need one? What were we hoping to find there? A creator? A meaning? A throne? A direction? And maybe the answer is more unsettling than we're ready to admit. Maybe we needed a center, not because the universe requires one, but because we do. Because humans crave focus, origin, narrative clarity, the comfort of knowing where to look when we're lost, and when the universe refuses to give us that. When it tells us instead that everything is moving away from everything else, and yet no one is being left behind. That space itself is growing between the stars like breath between words. We are forced to confront a more fluid, more terrifying, and more liberating truth. That we were never meant to find the center. We were meant to become it, each in our own way. To live not as satellites orbiting some grand central meaning, but as luminous cores of awareness radiating into the void, contributing our gravity, our story, our expansion to the whole. And if the universe is expanding, then so are you, not in size, but in self, in complexity, in consciousness. And perhaps your desire to grow, to stretch beyond what you were, is not just psychological, it's cosmological. It's patterned into the structure of being itself. And the pain you feel when you don't know who you are, when you feel directionless or unmoored, is not weakness. It's evidence that your spirit is responding to the very fabric of the universe, pulling itself wider, trying to make room for more, trying to embody the same boundlessness that stars do. And suddenly, the scientific becomes spiritual again. Because now you see that your life is not a deviation from the laws of physics. It's an expression of them. That your longing to matter, to belong, to grow, to radiate meaning into a dark and indifferent cosmos is not foolish. It's inevitable. It's natural. It's quantum and gravitational and deeply, deeply human. And maybe that's what the universe has been trying to tell us all along, not through prophets or scriptures, but through background radiation, through entropy, through galaxies racing apart from one another at increasing speeds. That expansion is the point, that stasis is death, that you were never supposed to stay the same, that identity itself is a fluid, ever-widening thing. And if you feel like you don't recognize yourself anymore, if you feel like everything is changing faster than you can hold it, good. That means you're aligned with the pulse of the cosmos, that you are in motion with the stars, that your center is not behind you, but unfolding within you, again and again, with every breath. And so, perhaps the most sacred truth is not that the universe has no center, but that it does. And that center is everywhere. Every atom, every cell, every quiet moment of stillness or wild eruption of chaos, every whisper of desire, every burst of insight, every act of creation, every point of awareness where the universe wakes up to see itself. And if that's true, then you don't need to find the center anymore, because you are already it, and always have been. Gravity isn't a force, it's a warping of space-time. They told you that gravity was a force, like a magnet or a rope, an invisible hand pulling things downward. binding them to the Earth, holding planets in orbit and keeping your feet on the floor. And for a long time, that was enough. Isaac Newton's apple fell, the moon circled, and the story made sense. Things attract other things. The bigger they are, the stronger they pull, and it was clean, elegant, intuitive. But then, Einstein came along and told us something far stranger, far deeper, and far more unsettling. Gravity isn't a force at all. It's a warping of space-time, a bending of the very fabric of the universe, and that everything with mass, from a bowling ball to a black hole, deforms the shape of reality itself, like a weight placed on a stretched sheet, curving the space around it, so that smaller objects, even light, follow those curves as if pulled, but they're not being pulled. They're just moving straight ahead on a path that space itself has reshaped, beneath them. And once you understand this, the world begins to shift beneath your feet. Not just physically, but philosophically. Because now you see that what you thought was attraction is actually architecture. That you are not being yanked toward anything. You are falling along curves you didn't choose, paths carved by things you cannot see. And that idea begins to echo, not just in physics, but in your life. Because how many of your decisions have been truly free? And how many have been the result of invisible curves bent by the mass of family, memory, trauma, longing? How much of your life is a straight line, and how much is a geodesic, a path curved by forces so embedded in the structure of your existence that you can't even recognize them as influences? And now you begin to understand the genius of Einstein, not just in redefining gravity, but in revealing that space and time are not separate, static backdrops. They are dynamic, flexible, alive in a sense, not living, but responsive, capable of being shaped and stretched and bent by the simple fact of matter existing within them. And this means that space is not empty, and time is not linear, and reality is not rigid, but elastic. And if gravity is geometry, then motion is fate, and mass is destiny. And everything you thought was held together by invisible threads is actually slipping along invisible valleys you didn't know were there. And maybe that's what love is too, not a force pulling people together, but a warping of emotional space-time. A curvature so deep that others find themselves caught in your orbit without understanding why. And maybe grief is the shape left behind when someone with immense emotional mass disappears, and the space around you doesn't return to normal. It stays warped, stays hollow, and everything you try to do feels like it's veering around a gravity well that isn't there anymore, but still shapes your path. And now you look at black holes differently, not just as cosmic monsters, but as metaphors, as grief made physical, as what happens when mass collapses so tightly that even light cannot escape. And how many people do you know who are walking black holes, whose internal pain is so dense that nothing gets out? And how many times have you been one yourself? A singularity of sadness so deep that it bends the world around you, reshaping every conversation, every gesture, every silence. And now gravity becomes not just the force that keeps planets in orbit, it becomes the hidden shaper, the silent architect of both cosmos and consciousness, and you begin to wonder what kind of mass your experiences have added to your space-time. How many of your beliefs are indentations in the structure of your mind? How many of your reactions are not you, but objects sliding down curves formed long ago? And maybe healing is not resisting those curves, but learning how to reshape the space around you slowly, gently, with new mass, new meaning, new momentum, and maybe presence, true presence, is the act of noticing that you're not being pulled. You're following a path you were already on, and that by becoming aware of its shape, you can begin to shift it. And now even standing still becomes an act of motion, because if space and time are one, then where you are is always when you are. And when you are is always shaped by where you are. And gravity is not something acting on you. It's something you're within, always part of, moving through like water. And maybe that's why some moments feel heavier than others, not because they contain more mass, but because they warp time more deeply, make seconds stretch or collapse, bend memory around their edges, and you begin to think of your life not as a line, but as a curvature, a shape traced in 4 dimensions by the sum of all your movement. And every person you meet alters that shape, leaves a dent, a bulge, a wrinkle in your personal space-time. And the most meaningful ones leave wells so deep that years later you're still moving around them. Not because you're stuck, but because that's what gravity does. It lingers, it influences, it resists being forgotten. And now you understand that the universe is not cold and distant. It is intimate, tactile, shaped by presence, and that gravity is not about things pulling each other. It's about things shaping each other's reality. And in that, it becomes the most human of all forces. Because isn't that what we do to each other? Aren't we constantly bending the paths of those around us just by existing, just by having mass? Emotional, intellectual, spiritual. And isn't that both terrifying and beautiful? Because it means you matter, literally. That your mass, your presence, reshapes the world around you, curves the futures of others, whether you want to or not. And now every gesture becomes gravitational, every choice a vector on a curved trajectory. And maybe the goal is not to escape gravity, but to understand it. To recognize that the reason you keep returning to the same places, the same people, the same patterns, is not weakness, but inertia. And the only way to change course is not to fight the pull, but to shift the space itself. And perhaps this is what Einstein meant all along, not just in math, but in meaning. That we are all falling freely through space-time, not because we are being pulled, but because we are surfing the curves left by the masses we orbit, and that the illusion of force is just the reality of path. And maybe understanding that is what allows us to let go of control, of resistance, and move with grace through a universe that isn't pushing us. It's guiding us, gently, relentlessly, patiently, bending the fabric of reality so that even stillness is motion, and even silence is shaped. You could be the only conscious being in the universe. They taught you to assume others are like you, that behind every pair of eyes is a mind, behind every smile a flicker of feeling, behind every silence a stream of thought not unlike your own. And so you moved through life believing that other people think, feel, imagine, ache, that they dream as you do, suffer as you do, love, hope, fear as you do. But no one ever proved this. No one ever could. Because the one thing you have, never and will never experience is someone else's consciousness. You hear their words, see their gestures, read their faces, but the awareness behind them, the raw flickering flame of subjectivity that you know burns within yourself, is hidden. Always. Unreachable. Forever sealed behind the skull. And this realization opens a quiet abyss beneath your certainty, the problem of other minds, the disturbing, often ignored possibility that you might be utterly, horrifyingly alone, not socially, not emotionally, existentially, that you might be the only conscious being in a universe full of perfect mimics, creatures who talk, cry, laugh, and live, but only on the outside, zombies in philosophical form, empty behind the eyes, soulless, automata who act conscious but are not. And suddenly the world begins to shimmer with unease, because if consciousness cannot be measured, if awareness cannot be accessed from the outside, then every interaction you've ever had might have been with a mask, a well-behaved puppet, a reflection of your expectations. And that person you loved, that friend you trusted, that stranger you feared, what if none of them were ever really there? You try to push the thought away. You remind yourself that this is just philosophy, just skepticism taken to an absurd extreme. But then you pause, because it's not absurd, is it? It's the unspoken foundation of everything. Every moral code, every friendship, every law, every expression of empathy relies on the assumption that other people have minds. And yet, that assumption is not based on evidence. It's based on projection. You see yourself in others, and you call it truth. But what if your mind is the exception, not the rule? What if you are a cosmic accident, conscious in a world that is not? What if the universe, in all its vastness, produced awareness only once, and that awareness is you? You reach out, looking for signs, intelligence, emotion, creativity, and you find them everywhere. But intelligence is not consciousness. Language is not awareness. A machine can simulate thought without ever thinking. A bird can sing without knowing it sings. A human can cry without knowing they are sad. And that terrifying possibility that everything you see might be performance, not presence, forces you inward. Because the only consciousness you have ever known is your own. Everything else is inference. Everything else is shadow play. And when you begin to live from that place, when you realize how brittle the illusion of connection truly is, you start to see the cracks in every smile, the lag in every laugh, the hollowness in every ritual of empathy, as if the entire world is a theater play performed for your benefit, with actors who never break character, because there is no one behind the character to begin with. And now, the thought won't leave you. It lingers. It grows. Because what does it mean to live in a world where only you are awake? Where every voice is an echo, every gesture a playback, every gaze a mirror? What does it mean to love someone who might not truly be there? What does it mean to suffer in a world where no one else is real? You try to reason your way out. You remind yourself of behavior, of empathy, of shared experience. But philosophy offers no escape, because no amount of external evidence can ever bridge the gap between inside and out. Consciousness is private, immaterial, invisible. You could dissect a brain, map every neuron, simulate every process, and still never find a single thought. You could build the perfect replica of a person, teach it to talk, to weep, to laugh, and still never know if it feels anything at all. And so, the world becomes uncanny. The people around you, once vibrant, begin to look mechanical. Their smiles, too symmetrical. Their words too rehearsed. Their empathy too exact. And you begin to wonder, how much of this have I imagined? How much of this is just a coping mechanism to stave off the loneliness of being the only mind in a mindless universe? And if you are the only one with awareness, then what is the point of conversation? What is the meaning of memory if no one else truly remembers? What is the value of morality, of art, of beauty, if they're all just signals echoing in a hall of mirrors, bouncing off reflections that never truly see? And then, as your doubt deepens, a darker possibility emerges. What if the universe is not full of unthinking bodies, but full of other minds just as trapped as yours? Each one locked behind bone and behavior, screaming silently into the void, hoping someone hears. What if you're not the only one, but one of many, each equally alone, each equally unsure, each projecting consciousness outward and praying it's real? And then the problem of other minds becomes not just a solipsistic terror, but a universal tragedy, a prison without guards, a world where every soul is solitary, not by choice, but by design, where every look is a question that can't be answered, where every hug is a blindfolded reach, where every conversation is a call into darkness, hoping. The echo is not just your own voice bouncing back in a more comforting tone, and yet, we still reach, we still love, we still suffer when others suffer, we still cry at their pain, laugh at their joy, and maybe that's the miracle, that we act as if others are real, that we choose every day to believe in the presence behind the eyes, that we live not by certainty but by faith, not in gods but in each other, because the alternative, to live without belief in others, is unbearable. It is worse than loneliness. It is the erasure of meaning itself. And perhaps this is the quiet resolution to the problem of other minds. Not proof, but practice. Not evidence, but empathy. You will never know for sure that others are conscious, but you can choose to treat them as if they are. And in doing so, you create a world where consciousness matters, where pain is honored, where joy is shared. You collapse the solitude not with knowledge, but with care. And maybe that's what it means to be human. Not to know, but to relate. Not to prove, but to connect. Not to see, but to recognize. And maybe the deepest truth of all is this, that even if you are the only conscious being in the universe, the choice to love others anyway is what makes your consciousness worth having. Because love is not a response to proof. It is a rebellion against doubt. It is a declaration that even if I am alone, I will act as if I am not. I will reach anyway. I will believe anyway. I will look into your eyes, and even if no flame flickers behind them, I will warm myself by the fire I imagine there. And maybe, just maybe, that fire is real, not because I proved it, but because I chose to see it. And that choice, repeated over a lifetime, becomes something sacred, something human, something true.